Our chief guest for this morning will be with us in a short while from now. Can I request all our esteemed guests, all the dignitaries to kindly settle down, take your seats. Thank you. The Honorable Chief Guest, His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso, the 14th Dalai Lama, has just arrived. Tashi Dilik, Namaskar. On behalf of Ministry of Culture, Government of India, we welcome His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso, the 14th Dalai Lama, on this glorious occasion of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. It's a great honor to have the august presence of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, amidst us. It's our huge privilege to welcome illustrious Sangha Rajas and Supreme Patriarchs gracing the dais. On the right side of His Holiness, we have Most Venerable Vaska Dube Mahinda Bansa Mahanayake Thero Mahanayake of Amarpura Mahanikaya, Chief Abbot of Vasukadev Royal Relic Temple, Sri Lanka. Then we have His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trezin Khondung Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, head of Sakyapa Order of Tibet Buddhism, India. Then we have His Eminence Padma Acharya Karma Rangdol, Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Next we have His Eminence Kyabje Yongzin Ling Rinpoche Tenzin Langtok Thille Choifak of Drepung Losling Monastery. Then we have Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation. Sitting onto the left side of His Holiness, we have His Eminence Revered Khamba Lama Gabju Dembrel, head of Mongolian Buddhist and patron IBC from Mongolia. His Holiness 12th Chamgun Kenting Thai, 12th Kentin Thai Situpa Rinpoche. After His Holiness Rinpoche, we have Jeong Pyom from Korea. Next, we have Venerable Bhikshu Dhamma Shobhan Mahathero, President of All Nepal Bhikshu Association, Nepal. And on to my right, we have Most Venerable Thit Thien Tam, Vice President, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha. Proud moments as we are here to welcome all other Sangha leaders, scholars, Dhamma practitioners, other foreign dignitaries from across the globe who have so benevolently congregated here to discuss modern-day global challenges and help in finding solutions through teachings and principles of Buddha Dhamma. The word is blessed as millions. His Holiness has been spreading smiles on the thousands, millions of faces across the globe. International Buddhist Confederation is an apex body under the aegis of Ministry of Culture. It provides a global platform for preserving, propagating, and promoting shared Buddhist values and tradition. We are indeed honored to have Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya, Secretary General, IBC, amidst us. May I request you, sir, for the welcome address, please. Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya.
Namo tassa bhagavatu arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami Sanghang saranang gacchami. Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, members of Mahasangha, brothers, sisters, and friends in Dhamma, a very good morning to you all. Today is the second day of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. On this auspicious day, in this beautiful hall, I cordially welcome you all this beautiful morning to this esteemed gathering of evolved Dhamma practitioners, academicians, and scholars, you all. We have seen yesterday, we have heard, there have been talks about different seemingly traditions, lineages, or schools that we come from different countries, from different parts of the world, different colors of flowers. It makes beautiful because they are from the same tree of the Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha. We are Buddhist, and as Buddhist, we have a shared origin and a collective responsibility. We may think we belong to these or that tradition and lineages. It is evident that in the course of time, Buddha Dharma or Buddha Dhamma, what is known as today Buddhism, has evolved into many forms, schools, traditions, and lineages. But our root is the same. It is the universal Dharma or Dhamma. This root is the Tathagata Sakyamuni Buddha himself, who was born in Lumbini, today's Nepal, and who attained supreme enlightenment at Bodh Gaya in Bihar, India. He is our supreme master, and his teaching is the sublime foundation of our inspiration and our guiding light towards enlightenment and nirvana. What did the Buddha teach us? Obviously, the Buddha taught Dharma, Dhamma Vinaya. Though the Buddha taught the same Dharma or Dhamma, he taught it to different people under different circumstances from different perspectives based on the level of listeners' intellectual and spiritual maturity. Thus, there seem different kinds of teachings taught by the same Buddha on the same subject. As there are different schools, traditions, and lineages being followed in different parts of the world, it is important to remind ourselves about what the Buddha had said in Dhammapada verse number 194, which we have been hearing many times, reverberating, resounding yesterday also. Very important. It runs like, Sukho buddhanam upadho, sukha sadhamma desana, sukha sanghassa samaghi samaghanam tapo sukho. It is all about peace and harmony, harmonious practices, harmonious coexistence, and our collective responsibility. We know that there are crises and challenges before us. Some are local, some are regional, and many are global in nature. We, as Buddhists, ardent followers of the Buddha, can we do anything collectively to address these challenges and contribute positively to alleviate suffering in this world? This is the first question before all of us today. If yes, how? A very challenging answer to challenging question. Though we practice dharma or dhamma that promotes harmony among us and coexist in harmony with the environment and nature, this is the second question. It is of utmost importance to have harmony and cooperation among the monastic and lay Buddhist Sangha. All four communities of the Buddhist Sangha, irrespective of traditions, lineages, the countries, regions where we come from, need to come forward freely to delve into Buddha's teachings and find a way to address the challenges before us. These challenges may be either internal or external. The challenges and crises are common to all human beings, irrespective of our nationalities, geographical, religious, or any other identity or background whatsoever we claim to assume. We are human beings, not different from others. We are subject to the same law of nature. We live on the same planet Earth and under the same sun and the same moon. We share the same air and water. When something goes wrong in any part of the world, it affects us globally. Temperature rise, climate change, and COVID-19 are the best examples. We have to think globally and pledge with a strong sense of responsibility to promote world peace, save the Mother Earth, and protect all the nature-given gifts and the biodiversities. We should practice compassion ourselves and encourage others to do so. Exclusiveness seems to be a very common trend nowadays, and it is seen being practiced in different parts of the world as a system of philosophy or worldview. It is only I or me and not you. This kind of exclusive philosophy or worldview will generate nothing but hatred, ill will, and that subsequently will lead to violence, terrorism, war, what we are witnessing today in different parts of the world. We need a positive worldview, positive philosophy, the philosophy of inclusiveness, and the practice of four Brahma Vihara, the metta, karuna, mudita, and upekha. Whether we call ourselves a Buddhist or Christians, Hindus, Muslims, or atheists, or by any other level for that matter, essentially, we are human beings. We are born in the same way, and one day we all will die. This is the truth. No power can defy this universal dharma. We are human beings, and we have common problems or dukkha, which are common to all human beings. Thus, the solution has to be designed or carved out by us collectively. That is our collective responsibility. Instead of debating on which religion or race is superior, we need to promote the best practices of human civilization that harmonizes with nature and promote peaceful coexistence. I am hopeful that the 2 days of deliberations by eminent Buddhist scholars and Sangha members will provide a clear direction and sustained impetus for collective action and a united voice. Collectively, we can make a great impact and bring a positive change to to this world. What we think, we become. Elevate our thinking, the world will be elevated. How we perceive the world, we feel and act. Act compassionately, the world will be peaceful. Let us raise the Buddhist voice for world peace and social harmony, for the protection and preservation of nature and the environment, for the protection of the voiceless and meek animals, very important. Let's act collectively to address the challenges, whether they are internal or external, regional, local, or global. Let's practice the Dharma or Dhamma for a balanced and peaceful world order, for harmonious coexistence, for Dhammic sustainable development. Let's put hands together and march as a sustained, strong, positive force to work in unity and harmony for protection, preservation, promotion of Buddha Dharma, the Buddha Sasana, and spread the sublime teachings of the Buddha worldwide for the welfare, benefit, and happiness of all sentient beings. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalang. May all beings be happy and peaceful. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya. The Venerable monks from Theravada and Nalanda tradition will now chant sutras and do Mangalacharan.
Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Mahakaruniko nato hitaya sabbapaninam Puritva parami sabba pattu sambodhimuttamam Etena saccavajjena hotu te jayamangalam Jayanto bodhiya mule sakyanang nandivaddanong Ewang tuyang jayo hoto jayaso jayamangaling Sabbe satta sukhi hanto Sabbe hanto chakemino Sabbe baddhani passanto ma kinchi dukkamagamam Sabbe satta sukhi hanto Sabbe hanto sakemino Sabbe baddhani passanti ma kinchi dukkamagamam Sabbe satta sukhi hanto Sabbe hanto sakemino Sabbe badrani passanto ma kinchi dukkamagamam.
Proud moments as we welcome illustrious Sangha leaders, Dharma practitioners, scholars, ambassadors from across the globe who have so benevolently congregated here to discuss modern-day global challenges and help in finding solutions through the teachings and principles of Buddha Dhamma. The second day of Global Buddhist Summit 2023, a historical summit as we have the blessed presence of His Holiness and Supreme Heads and other senior-most members of the Holy Sangha and scholars from 30 countries from across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the mankind has made galloping progress to master science and technology. We may have conquered the space, but somewhere missed out on loving the Mother Earth, somewhere missed out the path of Dhamma. Human race is in a dire need of peace and harmony, both in personal life at home and work. Okay. As well at the global level. We will now have the Nalanda chantings.
Senjo denpa timen da yesha, sendo rawa jala chan, dolo dure gela siva sumanchi, nyame chenje jala chan, dolo gumbo tuje chidenpa, tanje jeme nemba bo, suna yende jaze shen, deje jala chan, dolo daben de jan rewan ju, geve ngenson le Chi don den dan cho nyu ba, xin ju chi la chan do lo, zhen nen zhen yen lam yan den, la ban da la ra dun, xin gen dang ba yin den den, gin den la ya cha zi, san ye zo la cha zi lo, gyo ba chi la cha zi, gin den che la cha zi, sun la da du kui cha zi, cha zi ra we ba tam je la, xin tu gui ye chang ye ye, lu de ba ye nam gu, cho du de ve jan ze lo. Sun du ju be la, chi ji le se ve gang ju den zhe ge, cha na be mu din zin jia zu, so wan de su xin de lun zu, xiu. Wa se ye re wan zha, yi de sun na sun ba ma, san ye be ma na ma ye zhe jie nga wa, de ne ji de ge we zha xi da mo. Wan de me cho ra me ya wan, ji de sun na la de mi ni mi che ba, che yin da ma ye wo na la xi che ba, de ne ji de ge we zha xi su ni ma. Dang ba ji de du be zha xi ju, la da min da la ma yin ye che be ne, so ye cho ra wo za che da be ye xi, de ne ji de ge we zha xi su ba wo. Yin bo gu yin zha xi xiu, yin la zhu ju sung ye zha xi xiu, ta zhe den dan du yin zha xi xiu, jia yue gu sung tu yin zha xi xiu.
We shall now have a special session titled Contribution of Buddha Dhamma and the Sangha towards World Peace. We have both Sangha and academic representation for this session. Most Venerable Sitagu Sayadaw was our esteemed Sangha representative. Due to some reasons, he is not here. Therefore, may I request Venerable Ashin Kumara to please read the message of Most Venerable Sitagu Sayadaw.
The most respected His Holiness the 40th Dalai Lama, the most respected Holy Sangha members, Dhamma brothers and sisters, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read out the speech of the most venerable Sitagu Sayadaw from Myanmar. The title of his speech is Power of Mind for World Peace, as follows. Every religion calls upon their followers to live a moral way of life and to attain mastery over the mind and to cultivate purity of heart. Whether it is the Bible or the Quran or the Veda or Tipitaka, all scriptures call for peace, amity, and harmony. From Jinnah to Jesus, all great founders of all religions have emphasized religion with virtues of tolerance and non-violence. But the world we live in is often driven by religious conflict and sectarian strife, or even the war of brutal fighting. This is because we usually attach importance only to the outer shell of religions. We overlook the universal truth or the inner core of religions. The result is a lack of love, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, self-understanding in the mind. When there is no peace within an individual, then there cannot be peace in the world. Violence and peace can never coexist. The only way to achieve inner peace is through insight meditation. This is a non-sectarianism, scientific, result-oriented technique of self-observation, self-realization of the truth. Practice of insight meditation brings unprecedented result. There is experiential understanding of how mind and body are interacting. Whenever negative emotions arise in the human mind, such as craving, jealousy, hatred, anger, ignorance, and so on, these negative spirits trigger unpleasant sensations within the body. On the other hand, sometimes positive states arise in the mind, such as tolerance, love, compassion, sympathetic joy, wisdom, and so on. At the time, mental actions create happiness and pleasant sensations within the body. From every moment to moment, the mind generates hatred or love, compassion or cruelty, sympathy or jealousy, positivity or negativity, pleasantness and unpleasantness, selfishness or selflessness. So, the entire mind is flooded with pleasant sensations or unpleasant sensations all the time. Insight meditation reveals that mental action precedes every physical and vocal action, determining whether that action will be wholesome or unwholesome. That is why we must find practical methods to create a pure and peaceful mind. The practice of insight meditation can be used for keeping the mind to be balanced and the mind to be healthy. By exercising one's mind with insight meditation, everyone can remove the mental disease of negativities and can achieve balance of mind. The balanced mind will make the unbalanced world to be balanced. The stable mind will make the unstable world to be stable. The peaceful mind will make the violent world to be peaceful. People of any faith can practice such insight meditation without discrimination of caste, color, and greed. At the same time, we may follow their own religions and traditions in peace and harmony. There is no need for conversion of religion. A common source of tension and conflict only creates negativity. Therefore, compassion is only for changing a negative mind to a positive mind. As an observer, one will find a society to live and feel with peace and harmony in each natural setting. Today in the world, we clearly see various degrees of spiritual pollution, such as discontentment, dissatisfaction, disagreement, arguments, no forgiveness, demonstrations, strikes, violence, invasions, aggressions, tensions, and so on. These spiritual pollutants are always creating bad consequences to human societies and our human environment. This is the manifestation of an unbalanced and untrained mind, motivated by negativities latent within the human mind. We all understand that we need to protect our environment and society, stop polluting them, and remove such mental pollution. People are searching for a place of peace and tranquility. However, they cannot find out such a place of paradise in this materialistic world. So let us change our mind from negativity to positivity. Removing such pollutants of negativities will promote peace and harmony among human society, as well as a balanced mind and healthy relationship between human society and each natural environment. This is how Buddhism can foster environmental protection. Now, we all religious leaders from different faiths in different places coming and gather together here at this religious dialogue organized by the International Buddhist Confederation. So, I am confident that we should join together hand in hand to abstain from conflict and violence, that we strongly condemn any forms of violence and conflict. We also urge all political leaders, national leaders, and spiritual leaders to join in this agreement. We all leaders must make a vow right here and right now. We declare that we unconditionally condemn such brutal fighting, cruel killings, and any and every form of violence. We must seek forbearance, forgiveness, selflessness, and confession for the establishment of peace and harmony, stability, security, and coexistence in this world. Let us try to formulate a definition of religion. We should try to understand the intrinsic meaning of religion. Then there will be no greater misfortune for humanity than failure to define religion as synonymous with peace. I really appreciate and congratulate the organizers of this event for their vision and efforts. I heartily congratulate in word and in deed all the religious leaders, spiritual leaders, national leaders, and scholars who have morality, spirituality, and determination to work together for a wider and deeper understanding of religious teaching respects, and to give people hope that religion will lead to a peaceful future in this world. May all beings be free from aversion. May all beings be happy. May peace and harmony prevail in every corner of the world. Bhavatu Sabha Mingala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Ashin Kumara. And now, for academic representation and address, may I call upon Professor Robert A.F. Thurman, a renowned scholar of Buddhism, who is also the first Westerner Tibetan Buddhist monk ordained by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Professor Robert A.F. Thurman, please.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. So they asked me to say something. I'm a little bit intimidated to speak in the presence of His Holiness and so many eminent spiritual leaders, but I guess I'm supposed to represent the academics. And since although I'm retired and I redefined academic as meaning yogi or yogini of the intellect, I can perhaps say something. And I do love the Indian idea of the academic as a yogi, and I aspire to that at my elder age. Chatong, first let me just invoke the presence of the Lord Avalokiteshvara, the compassion of all Buddhas. Chatong kolo juwi javotang, chentong kawa sampo sanjedang, gang la gangdul de la detamba, tamba chenesig la chopabu, and chatsalo both. So world peace, really there's nothing much to say from academic point of view, different from what His Holiness has always been saying for the last 80 years or 70 years, and that is world peace comes through inner peace. And inner peace for the individuals, the masses of the people, it cannot just come from the leaders, it has to come from the masses of the people in all of the countries. And in order for that to happen, education has to be the central occupation of societies, all societies. And actually, in spite of all the horrible things that are going on in the world today, that are disturbing and upsetting all of us, the one thing that is unique to today is the universality almost everywhere of education, educated people. Unfortunately, they tend to be educated not for the right thing. They tend to be educated for making money, for being aggressive and dominating their profession and their society, and sort of being number one, so to speak. And they're not educated in the way that the Sita Guru just mentioned, to become in control of themselves and to develop a good character, and to develop wisdom about the nature of reality, and to develop compassion for other beings and true altruism. And therefore, in that prayer that I recited in Tibetan for Avalokiteshvara, it praised Avalokiteshvara for being able to manifest whatsoever is necessary to educate whomsoever. So, and that means educate literally to tame, kalagangdul dela detamba, to tame, that is to tame the egotistical mind through wisdom of knowledge and reality. And then yesterday I wanted to say that I was very delighted to have someone tell me, because my Hindi is not adequate to understand the eloquence of the Prime Minister Modi, but I was delighted that he announced that India, the nation, is a nation devoted to ahimsa, to nonviolence and not to war. And therefore it wishes to attempt, of course, nothing is perfect in this samsaric world, but it wishes to attempt to maintain nonviolence in the midst of the furious fear and violence stimulated by the dictatorships around the world. People who come to dominate a single person, to dominate the will and the destinies of millions of people, which is a tremendous danger, in fact, to everyone. And the person who is in the greatest danger is the dictator in all of these cases, which we look carefully, we can see that very plainly. Actually, we can see it on television. Everyone in the world can see that the powerful dictator gets in the worst trouble by causing the death of so many people, can easily do it. So I was really delighted because India, perhaps uniquely, has this tradition where the goal of being willing to die even, not to take another life, not to kill. Soldiers, we know, are trained and trainable and educatable to die in the process of taking the lives of others. And they will join up in armies and they will be trained to be violent and even give their lives for violence to win their war. But also human beings can also be trained to put their life on the line for nonviolence, not to take another life. And this has happened many times in the world, and they're not often reported in history because the military type of governments tend to control all the governments in the world. And so India has the best chance, I think, to bring the aims of, for example, today, of course, we were in the presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who has always said he has the 4 aims in life. And of these aims, common human kindness is one, and the world religions being cooperative and not having interreligious conflict, especially never using religion in politics or in international warfare, is very important. This is his second aim. His third aim is to help India, the country that has so kindly shown him refuge, to rediscover a full conversation of its inner science, not religious, not necessarily bring Buddhism. Not everybody doesn't have to be Buddhist in His Holiness's view, but everyone has to develop compassion and wisdom and needs to be educated for that purpose and can learn that from all of the world religions if they properly learn them, and not just think that being a member of the religion is enough, or even in some cases they can kill in the name of religion, which is very, very wrong and completely wrong, whether it's a Buddhist or a Christian or a Hindu or any kind of person, a Muslim, whoever it may be, Christian, whoever it may be. And so India has this best chance. And in fact, India did this once before, I would like to say. In the axial age, 2,500 years ago, the Shakyamuni Buddha broke through the self-centered sort of class system and the royal system. He was born to be a general and a warrior. He was a Kshatriya class, and he left that class and renounced that. And he broke through and totally conquered his own klesha, his own ignorance and his own greed and hatred and so forth. And along with him, many other great sages and rishis in India also did that. And they wrote the Upanishads, and they wrote all the Sutrakaras emerged. And he, of course, his Shakyamuni taught all the many great sutras. And in those sutras, he created a wave that spread all over Eurasia, at least. And you had Confucius in China and Zoroaster in Persia. You had the Pythagoras and the pre-Socratics in Greece. And everywhere, the various historians called it an axial age. And what the axial age was designed to do was to control the military people, the generals, the kings, from killing people and fighting violently, like in the Mahabharata war, like in the Trojan War, in the Greek system, and it had similar such wars. And that job of controlling the violence of the planet is still not finished. And so India has to rise again to that thing, and this will create another wave that can go all over the world. And so we need to do that now. It has to be, the focus is moksha, liberation spiritually, and also liberation politically, which requires democracy, imperfect as it may be. As Winston Churchill said, worst possible form of government, except for all the others. And then controlling violence, controlling class inequality, the extreme inequality between rich and poor, and controlling alienation and fear and people feeling that one another is very different. All the people of different races and nations and religions have to adopt each other as children, as each other's children, as each other's brothers and sisters, as the Holiness always says. So now then, last thing, the education. India had the great tradition of the Nalanda monastic university, and the Nalanda was only one of hundreds of such monastic universities in India, which amplified the power of the Gurukulas and of the ministries of the kings, and created an education not only for Buddhists, but for all of those seeking to understand physics, nature of reality, biology, nature of life, and psychology, how to transform the mind, these major things. And nowadays there is a movement in India to create, again, a Nalanda, and there is a Nalanda University. But this movement, and now I have to say something perhaps surprising, but that university has not acknowledged and does not possess the core curriculum of the ancient Nalanda University. But actually it's all right, because the core curriculum of ancient Nalanda University does exist on Indian soil today. And it is represented in Gandhan, Sera, Drebung, and all of the different monasteries and monastic educational centers that have come back from Tibet, which originally were inspired by Nalanda University and all the other universities from Bengal to Gujarat, and in South India as well, from all over India. And when they were destroyed by Bakhtiyar and others in the 12th century, all of them, these traditions were preserved in Tibet, and by the strangeness of history, they now exist in India. And I just want to mention the names of the great Indian sages and rishis who provided that core curriculum, which are studied today in those monastic universities. And in order to create reason and make people able to think clearly, we have Dharmakirti, the great Dharmakirti, who taught logic, and this is studied today in these Tibetan institutions. And then there is Gunaprabha, who taught the Vinaya, the ethics of the self-restraining people, the monastics. And everyone studies and learns that, and they have to pass exams in that. And many of all these lamas have done that. And then we have Maitreya, even a book through Arya Asanga. We have a book from a future Buddha, the Abhisamaya Alankara by Maitreya, and with a wonderful commentary by Haribhadra, great Indian master. And finally, and then we have Madhyamaka from Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti. And that is physics. As I said yesterday, that is not just spiritual thing, that's physical science. The nature of reality is emptiness, which means freedom. It doesn't mean nothingness. And therefore, people can understand that, and everyone can understand that. And once they understand that, they understand relativity. And once they understand relativity, pratitya samutpada, even pratitya anutpada. And once they understand that, then they have genuine compassion for other people. So it doesn't mean they go off into space somewhere and escape the universe. They become rain clouds of the Dharma for other people. And finally, you have Vasubandhu's Abhidharma, Vasubandhu and Sanghas Abhidharma. And the Abhidharma is biology, is the learning that karma is not just a spiritual theory. Karma is a biological theory better than Darwin, because Darwin only applies to species and to collectives and is materialistic and mechanism. And the biology karma from Buddha and Vasubandhu and others involves the spirit and the mind of the beings. And it also infects the individual, and the individual is evolving, not just the species. And that's really important because it gives the individual the reason for being kind and being compassionate and not doing evil. And that biology should include that idea. It's not just a matter of machinery, mechanism, genetic mechanism. It's a matter also of conscious evolution for the individual in the future life. And my last thing, which is my favorite point nowadays, is we have to engage with the scientists, as His Holiness has always done, but not just listening to the materialist scientists. We have to challenge the materialist scientists. They have to prove to us who has discovered the nothing where they plan to go when they die. Who says by dying you become anesthetized and you cease to exist? Who discovered? They only believe in what they can discover, the modern scientists, which I applaud that method. It's like Buddha's method. There's no dogma that controls reality. And who has discovered nothing? So why do they think you can be nothing just by dying? You cannot. You will have another life. You will face the consequences of if you were a king or a prime minister or a dictator and you cause death and destruction by war, you will experience those consequences yourself. And therefore, you better not do that in such a position of power. Thank you. So that's my last point. I feel that the modern materialists have simply become hypnotized and obsessed with nothingness. And therefore, they have become reckless in the way they control the world, and they don't save the environment, and they don't prevent the wars, and they don't do the things they could do because they think they're going to just be nothing and there will be no consequence. They are like the Charvaka of the Buddhist time. And we have to challenge that from a scientific basis, because we do have proof that there is former and future life. There's many proofs if they will consider them. So anyway, that's my last point. News flash. Nothing is nothing. And no one, therefore, can discover it because it's not there. Therefore, we have to take care of everything. That's the Buddhist message, okay? Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to talk for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robert Thurman, for addressing this special session on contribution of Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. A riveting and a rejuvenating speaker, as always, Professor Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor and good fortune to have His Holiness amidst us this morning. May we seek the blessings of His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso. May I request His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, to address the Global Summit 23 and shower his blessings on us.
다 관계 땡진 돼서 가서 그런 죽임이도 땡중게 되고나니 서원제에 사실 좀 된데스 다왜 전부에 되가는 덤바 왕구요래 이네 땡진 잡을 좀 세하기 땡중기 땡지를 땡네 나라저 생기 응안진 배시 너무 산다 제하게 배 시루층에 다 될어야 이네 갑대상에 저러도가 나라저 안다 저버들는다는 용기 땡시 춘이 민도로 중심직된 춘야던 리스군을 개보신 땡시 제주 참여가 땡중 세하게 책임을 되기 shivujirisha ten sayadegi shenla ra leba. Shenla ra ma leba rawang druwa chene yaw maris. Tens. Jung sayadegi shenla any ra leba shenla tenne si ta shaba samado porque penun degen meba che maris. Tenshi chunyi mendola jungshin jigden tsuyang ten jung sayadegi gyundriki tenjila soba ngaranzo jiga tongzhugi ta nyamnyo yongdaya digi ko gyuyinla tenne tusi yongdaba jigi digi ene tokpa taksang soro jigi mato peke penun mengaji maris tenshi chunyi mendola jungshin jigden tsuyang
Let me first pay salutation to Buddha Shakyamuni, who taught the truth of dependent origination, Pratitha Samuppada. And among all the great spiritual teachers of the world, one thing that really defines the Buddha as a unique teacher from the Buddhist point of view is his teaching on dependent origination. And dependent origination, Pratitha Samuppada, really captures the essence of Buddha's insight and Buddha's teaching. Now, when we look at the term itself, dependent origination, Pratitya Samuppada, and in Tibetan is Tenjung, which is composed of two syllables. One is dependent, and second, ten. The second is Jungwa, which is origination. And these two syllables really capture a powerful insight into the understanding of the nature of reality. The first, the word dependent, really indicates the basic truth, how everything is dependent upon each other. Nothing is independent. And it is through this dependence, which is the actual fundamental reality of everything. And then the second element, origination, points out how things come into being through this interrelatedness, through this dependence. So on the one hand, when you think about the concept of teaching on dependence, nothing is left that exists independently. But then we cannot conclude by saying, therefore, nothing exists. That's why the second element is important, because even though there are nothing that is independent, but through dependent relationships, things can come into being. And it is the understanding of that truth of dependent origination that can really help us, dispel, ignorance and misunderstanding about the nature of reality. So understanding dependent origination as the heart of the Buddha's teaching and the characteristic of Buddha as a teacher of dependent origination is really important.
Endene ngarazo samlu rodang ko thone nga shin sa shmu shu chi se yunde ene thedan de nyen ji chodala chaksim ke ya nga de la to so mandri bu yong de de la zhawen du shi sha ne ene chi sim ne chi to so dang sim yong ya ro chakdan ni bu de yong ya de to ngar zim lo de gi yong de ge do wa 자상가 안다 다와타고 우먼주고 최저가 나라 근시 생이 개월 로도 편존디 사분단에 별로 충저 유린도 로저 나라 매버더부 되여 디지다게 통원 닝지 더블기 신 가다슴 차단 이부되게 녀로 상황 서용거 여인도산에 저 군럽게 펜베 상바 군로 동에다 차나 대화다 되나 삼베 저 로다데 애니 시우지가 사셔모레스 애네 반단 다와타고 우먼주고 삼베 그도래야 최주기 유현 모송와 닝지 속으로 소야데 애니 산제베 최기 통모를 깨워 바로도 깨워 탐모를 깨워 닝지디 시우지 사셔모레도가.
So how does this, why is this understanding of dependent origination important? Because if we examine our day-to-day experience of being in the world, each of us will recognize that at the heart of our existence is a strong sense of self, I. And when you lack the insight into dependent origination, our tendency to grasp at this self as real is going to be strong. Once you have a grasping at a self as something real, then the basis for division between I and you, self and others, arises. And on this basis, our reaction, emotions arise. Attachment to those who think are close to us, who are important to us, and aversion to the people that we see as different or maybe dangerous to us. So this aversion and attachment really arises on the basis of our perception of and grasping at sense of self. Therefore, along with the Buddha's teaching on dependent origination, the other important teaching is the teaching on compassion. And the importance of the compassion as the heart of Buddha's teaching can be recognized in Chandrakirti's text, Entering the Middle Way, where he compares, when he writes the salutation at the beginning of the text, unlike other texts and other masters, he chooses compassion to be the object of his salutation at the beginning. And when he pays homage to compassion, he compares compassion to the seed that is important at the beginning for spiritual growth. He compares it to the moisture in the middle that enables the seeds to grow. And he compares to the fruition at the result as well. So pointing out the importance of compassion throughout all stages of spiritual development. So when you combine compassion and wisdom of dependent origination, then you have the heart of the Buddha's teaching.
자, 대제 인도산에다 시베 사번 남시대 유능 대의 주로 당매 통원이 시베 사번 가고 있는 사. 다 나버셔버 지초 강나나야 퇴진관의 여바시나 나고다도 퇴진관의 여바시 판 진댕에게 로되기 에네 차당의 로되기 그게 연구 여바 인도산에 에네 능식이 천디 퇴진관의 여바시 나용구 요르데 나고다도 주고 때내매 상바시 타 쳐바시 상로스의 인도산에 에네 가나 지금 그게 유딩의 여도시 로로 샤대야디 미두 상바시 생quyết定네扩大쳐바시 상로다시 대개심을하셔.
So as Buddhists, our task is to cultivate these two qualities, compassion and wisdom. And with respect to wisdom, as I spoke earlier, at the heart of which is the teaching on dependent origination, or in other words, the teaching on no self. And the teaching on no self is important, and how do we cultivate this? And here, the 2nd century Buddhist master Aryadeva says the following. The root of cyclic existence is consciousness, and the objects are what consciousness experiences. When you gain insight into the no self or no reality of the objects, that's when we will exterminate the seed that will give rise to existence. So in other words, many of the problems that we face that lead also to samsara existence really are rooted in the way in which we perceive reality. Although reality lacks independent existence or self-existence, we tend to believe in the appearance, and we follow after the appearances of things being real out there. And once through cultivation of wisdom, we begin to see the absence of such independent existence, then our tendency to grasp and our tendency to have attachment based on that grasping will be loosened. And in this way, wisdom will arise.
Ene ngazo bet rolonge sor dirwa sibo ngo ni gi tong ngo ni gi si je che sibo nang shi sibo shen ji chamo lo ji ge nam ding ge ri guo de ji ge nam ge ri guo de ji de ne ge ji zu de ge ri guo de de ge do zai yun de ngo de shen de garan zo lo tön ye ngen ye ba je na na shi ji ge de ne me ba ji ta chu ge do sibo ngo ni gi tong 다 뭐니 또 내주 대라 나란서 치질로도 또니 애네 차단 걸로 로간다 지기 띠무 댄생기 애네 다 로드즈 제디 고레 연구 요인도잖아요. 세원고니 동어데 야고 저 상로 당도나 아니 딘데게 세원고 정신이 동어데 야고 저 상로 가요 왜이나 세원고니 동어니 시제체스 세원 콘데게 되베 저 탐제 전경원의 주것이 때내 매버지게 타 쳐버지게 상부도 레인도산에 원이 시제체스 근데 인도다 나란저 그게 지금 동리 따와도 상당히 저는 원이 이동 원이 시제체 정신 다고 섬담에 시보 담보 쳐버 주로서 되게 아니 저기 초식네 되게 가는 나와자고 우주고 롱디시원은 시 저니지 전부데 통다 방송도 개셔시 애는 안다 직제 되기 간다이니 처남 된주든지 낭신 낭어다든 집에 로티 애니 간다베가 낭어다도 단대는 주고 때는 매버지 그 상도지 거인도 전에 애니 저는 오니기도 오니기 시제체 러시아 타고 있으면 시보 담보 쳐버 교르세니 아니 덴진 림베 덴진 파샤다 셔버 빵베 아니 냥데가 고방 아니 것도 쳐두그리사 아 되게 러시아실로고도
So,
지체 가서 동해 상무단이 이 목대한테 멤버체 간다 동해에서 덴진이 지기에 봐도 덴진세야디 신유를 주변 록시인데 다디 지도 나오는 시 대중은 주고 매버지가 코다 전이 윤두산에 애네 천은 담보는 낭시 낭어도 담보는 준비티 애네 갈래 봐 슈슈는 라지기 땡아를 차샤네 네 냠는 전부도 연구민들이 얘네 전주구 섬다 탑기산에 전주구 섬다 시려고 산에 동리기 따와디 니지신도 난denchen 상당히
so
상당히 라제게 다 제가로 니슈숨주 패지 상당히 쇼 년자의 상당히 전에 그때 성로연 요 전부로 되기도 봐.
So, as I said earlier, one of the sources of problem is our tendency to believe in the appearance that we experience, our tendency to project onto reality things which are actually not real, and tendency to project independent existence. So, as I said earlier, through cultivation of wisdom, at the heart of which is the teaching on shunyata, emptiness, one will also begin to recognize that our perception does not mirror reality, so that we don't naively believe and run after the projection that we experience through our perception. When we are able to do that, then this will free us from strong craving and grasping, and the craving is removed not simply because you wish it away, but by gaining insight into the nature of reality. So in this way, when you are able to remove craving, then the mind becomes pure. And that purity of the mind, that state, is nirvana. Nirvana is a state of mind. Therefore, earlier I said that what is required on the part of us as Buddhist practitioners is to really, pay attention to these dual processes. One is the process of deconstruction of our tendency to grasp, which is the practice of the wisdom, no self, emptiness, so that we free ourselves from grasping. The other is an active process of cultivation of qualities like compassion, such as I cited from Chandrakirti. So through this combination of cultivation of wisdom through removing ignorance and through this active cultivation of compassion, then there is a real possibility of attaining enlightenment as Buddha suggested. Therefore, it is important for us Buddhists, because otherwise, when we think about existence as characterized by suffering, if there is no way out from suffering, if there is no solution, then focus on suffering alone can be demoralizing. But the Buddha's message is ultimately a positive one. There is end to suffering. There is a possibility of a freedom from suffering, and that is through gaining insight into the nature of reality and cultivating the qualities like compassion. And I can share with you that although I cannot claim to have deep experience myself, but I can share with you that as a result of reflecting deeply and practicing deeply over decades, it really feels there is, once you begin to get a sense or taste, that there is a sense of freedom that comes within you. So there is a real possibility of a transformation.
Tende indusane umunjugwe sikdi tedalodu sejinawa sejane rangelana nebe gyuru rashindu sisumdeda malu dene kemebo tode tanye tembe doge ngobonro sage 다 신은 조금 대한데 시우용구민도 마도 신 즉 저럼 토야기 저 땡땡 레용구도
So the same author, Chandrakirti, also says that as you sharpen and develop your own qualities of the mind, and then the illumination of that, your own mind will, open up nature of reality. And through the skillful means of conventional truth, which is the method aspect of the path, then one will be able to travel to the shore of enlightenment. So, and an important part of that, which is a challenge, is to actually develop shamatha, the ability to maintain your mind completely focused and settled for a long period of time. And this is one area I still struggle myself, but still I feel that I'm able to make some progress in the direction that Chandrakirti is suggesting.
엔 디쇼데 우문주베 시간데 쇼데 대달로르 세연나와 세션나 랑갈라나 네베 gyuru 수준도다 몰로 되네 좀 또도 다녀 때도 좀 따동 고버도베 3대 이미 인조 금메바나 니지안 개버시 대공대시 송제상견 정제니 몰로 번호로에 파버지왕 엔 디쇼데 구수더니 쇼양가고 개교고 강괴제고 되니 교고 강보이 dundudan에 개별론 그 슈도기 개회연대 자주 파로 초동조 사다디 서버로 쳐도
So Chandrakirti,
시급하는 가샤는 로다 개준알레데 여러데 간다 니리신도 장주고 섬다 동리가 따와지 상로지 당연데 시 러절레 무도와 천대가래야 다 저랑 시 토야다 아니 디네야 다 통론다 버지 가고면로 저랑 도그레 삼በ서시 로리아 최시티기도
So Chandrakirti also says in that same text, actually in the next verse, he says that how when you are able to gain deep insight into the nature of reality through the wisdom of emptiness, in fact, compassion will naturally arise for the beings who are suffering in the world. So the compassion for suffering beings is a byproduct of wisdom that is cultivated. And when one is able to cultivate this wisdom of emptiness and compassion, then one is equipped with the two wings like a powerful bird. And then with these two wings of compassion and wisdom, one will be able to cruise the space towards enlightenment. So I truly feel that this kind of teaching and imagery that Chandrakirti is providing gives us kind of an optimism and hope as a practitioner. I'm in my late 80s now, and I still practice. And my hope is to be able to at least reach the second stage of the marga, which is the path of preparation, before the end of my life.
친주간에 차이나 저 검체 직지도 차샤나 셰고 차 소시사들 친주간에 공부요래 이래 다디 섬을 양어도 그게 구조 생애데 안데 샤마타보는 신기 동리가 따와다 장주 섬다 디톤에 애니 섬을 양어는 전에게 구조 태연구도 shen shegu cha su shi ko ma shi go de shira so de cha me no.
So, in my own Tibetan tradition, as you know, there is also the Vajrayana tantric practice, which involves meditation on deity. And in my case, deity visualization has been an important part of my practice, even from my childhood, a particular form of deity, Vajravairava. But, to be frank, even though I do these practices, the practice where I really feel the greatest impact in my own mind is the cultivation of wisdom, and especially the cultivation of bodhicitta, which is the aspiration to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, grounded in compassion. These are the two main practices that really seem to make a real impact in my mind.
세상에 들이대 아니 산재의 책 당아서 배 가서 그렇게 삼단이 다 달라야 그게 대바 장야체 또 시기에 인도잖아 다 안다 말에 냠용부터는 뭐소랑 라랭게는 윤도 식섬을야 구조돼야다 교돼야지 아니 지 자람지 톱돼야다 데 거로식 미워를 추기요 소시도가 자선가 그냥서 셔도 넘버지네 다 공점니 성우다니 아니 갈래 섬 모르고디 아니 시시 되어지 차 아니 섬우 대코나 이게 더나 야프게 로다 로파 저기 천이라 로도야지기 아니 나데다 로디에르는야 곰고로 겨울다 자선 결혼즈 다가는 신세네다 지금 서보다 자체의 최고 고대의 상로 니리신도 상당니 치매이나 교단된 루리
So,
내가 지나서 쳐줘서야 아니 다 간다 지 전조 송지기 돈에 아니 장주고서부터 동리기 到관면이 장면이 숙견세 후다나쇼아.
So many of us who are gathered here are followers of the Buddha. We see ourselves as practitioners of Dharma. So the reason why I shared some part of my own personal experience and practice is to really bring home the point that all of us, each one of us, if we take our Buddhist practice seriously through cultivation through meditation, and the meditation really needs to combine both analytic meditation of deep inquiry into the nature of reality, understanding of compassion, and also internalization of that through meditative practice. So this combination of both resting meditation and analytic, discerning meditation is really the way to go. And if you are able to do this, you can really see a real difference even in your day-to-day life. Once you are able to cultivate a little bit of wisdom, you change the way you see the reality and your own existence. When you are able to cultivate compassion, then you really see the difference in your own day-to-day life. And those who are serious practitioners, if we dedicate more time to personal practice, we will also be able to have aspiration to attain higher levels of realization as well. So I urge all of you to make some effort.
나라도 남주 제 공부 차상서 부저 응아동 직በት 아니 동당야도更lin당야로 지저기 암조 사서 쉬고르디 그게 공자야 돌 샤라 지 아주 상단데 투쇼단데 주의로 소리도
So
다가다 가도 nga 부저 nga 가서 ng부든 저기 지 쉬우지가 또 초로 침으로 샤디 고고그래 담이 자상 나고 자상도 저게 이제 고고그래디 이제 조조데 니지신도 창주고섬도 동리가 따와려야 상우다데 에네 상면 슉 떼우세 후다 나쇼 대야 칸에 셰셔 지고 말에 된 나라랑가 얌용부터네 상우당 에네 세식부 고무로 거저 토도 시켜 윤도 뭐냐 전에 카이라에긴 교태야지 연구도가 ene nga dong bu zhe shi shu sha yi ne de de ge zi ku jo te do kao re en de chang sang lo le ya ji nge nyam yong ge ta ne da ji sang dang wo yi na de de server sha yong de wa da six some mai mo ngo na chane ge server sha yong de ene cho ro sang lo ge ene jan jo sung ji ge ta ne ene 장주고 숨도 돈이 따와려야 그저 토도기 아니 상로다 나쇼아선 나디 쉬야인 되게 엔다 간다지 최기 렉지 서르디 디 대창매 공부장 아니 후다 나쇼.
So, of course, as part of our own tradition in the monasteries, there are also rituals that are part of the traditions. In the Tibetan tradition, rituals involve, beating drums and playing cymbals and all these kind of musical instruments. And of course, they are part of the tradition, but it is important for us to remember that is the ritual of these performance of rituals is not the most important one. Because if you focus too much on the rituals, the only thing that you get is all the noise these musical instruments create. Where we should really pay more attention and focus is the inner development, inner cultivation. And inner cultivation has to be done through, as I shared before, combination of this analytic and resting approach, resting the mind, focusing it, settling the mind, then applying it, and so that you can combine. And the focus of those two approaches has to be really cultivation of wisdom, some understanding of the nature of reality, and then cultivation of compassion, and particularly bodhicitta. And if we are able to do this, as I said earlier, in my case, they've become, if you spend some time on inner cultivation through meditation, these teachings become real, they become fresh, they become alive. It is, and in fact, by making these teachings come to life in you, you will really experience the fruits and the benefits of the Buddha's teachings. So since many of us who are gathered here are practitioners, I really wanted to make this important point. So also at the same time, urge all of you to put more effort into your own daily practice.
독스탄 때 호브갈 독스 때에나 내가 교부 수시하도 저기 이내 창주고 섬도 동의가 다 상로 도저요 봐 갱의 창주고랑도 교리셔버 충분히나 지점의 갱의 망고 중에 저기 지금 섬나로래야 로지 용야다 아니 간다시게 남진 주야기 교리야 지금 신이 줘야 지기 사실은 인도 상매 아니 상로동다가 더네 아니 가다 창주고 섬도 동의가 따와라 슉 잡아야 돼 백해 쳐버리 아니 갱의 창주고랑도 교리셔버 충나 아니
So I can also share with you that by engaging in this kind of inner development, and particularly focusing on wisdom and compassion, it really can help increase our courage as well. For example, in the case of my dealing with the current struggle and situation of Tibet, if you think just only about it from a narrow angle, you can lose your hope. But if you look at this crisis and look at this current situation from the broader perspective of the courage that the cultivation of bodhicitta and compassion gives you, then you can have a much more resilient mind. So even in your own life, day-to-day life, there might be problems which may seem enormous and unbearable, but if you have the courage that bodhicitta and these practices can give you, you will be in a much stronger position to actually turn adversities and difficulties, not be overwhelmed by them, but actually transform them creatively into opportunities as sort of a further assistance on your own path. So this courage coming from the practice is a powerful tool for transforming, dealing with adversities and transforming adversities into opportunities.
어다데 나샤샤나 도메 에네 사탄의 기회 밑다 보고 차대어리 에네 사사야래 슝디이드 도스 장 엔데 산줄레니 네 슝디이드 삼로 쇼 단데기 디 쇼지 그 로레야 판도 용대야다데 그 민도 너신다 사상가 로 장고야사데 겸전디 소소 개변 약슈디 로 장배 토네 에네 영야지 다 장면에 후다 나로나스 샤인 엔터리 산제베 총고 산제베 총고리야 들데 어서 소셔 두스리 어디 미 출루 삼월로 미 가다 밀 편도야래 시라야고래 이네 심베 현조 송지가 토네 에네 제 그 서버다 다시 수수도 상다 연대디 패지 낭베슈기 캐주 서비스 패지 차대샤 당가라 삼월로 된제게다 취수지 아저다 나란즈로 딱 가서 그게 네 지게 파면에 마 유대비 취수 차대요리 다디 렌단전지 임버지 모시베 토네 그저 톱도기 지금 냠렌천이 숙지되기 있나 아니 지금 정원이 되가는데 주로 매워 요래 아니 주로 잠만데 요래 지금 디디기 맹알이야 오늘 지게다 산제베 냠렌천이 지금 디디 오늘 지금 카요 라요기 지금 좀제로 그로 동야도가 삼버지 쇼나 대담배 샴딘 조리 담배 거진 소야리 산디 삼월로 공부시 아니 후다나쇼.
So, in my own case, I was a young child born in the remote part of Tibet, in the northeastern part of Tibet, and brought to central Tibet. And ever since, I had the opportunity to be schooled in the study of the Buddhist texts. And, many of these Buddhist texts are treatises written by great Indian masters, and which really present these teachings on wisdom and compassion. And I have personally found them to be deeply impactful while in Tibet, and especially ever since coming into exile. I've familiarized myself with these texts, contemplated on the content of these teachings, and I personally find them to be a powerful source, not just for personal practice, but also mental resilience, to give me courage. And I think this is really important to keep in mind. Today we have a large gathering of representatives from various Buddhist countries. This is an international gathering. Of course, Buddhism is one among many religions on this planet. Yes, all great major traditions of the world carry a message that is same, love, compassion, and so on. But I would say that what makes Buddhist, the Buddha Dharma unique is the richness of the resources that are found in the tradition for inner development, particularly through the combination of what I called analytic, approach and more concentrative, restful meditation practice. The meditation practice is very rich and aimed at transforming our own mind. So that, I think, is an important feature of Buddha Dharma. And if we, recognize this, and if we embody it in our day-to-day life, then the fruits of that embodiment will be obvious to everybody, not just to Buddhists. There are many different faith traditions in this world. There are also many people who do not subscribe to any particular tradition. But for all of them, if we as Buddhists can illustrate through our own life the benefit and value of Buddha Dharma, I would say this would be a service to the Buddha Dharma. This would be a way of saying thank you, expressing our gratitude to our teacher, Buddha. So this is something that I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, sure. any chance they under tour okay, yome. Tour? Yomare. Oh. 다시나 샤샤마고로 주사를 다양 저도도와 다데 칼라사들.
So, and I've had a very early breakfast, so it seems to be my getting closer to the time when I'm getting hungry.
투시
Thank you all.
투시
Thank you, His Holiness, for the precious pearls from the vast ocean of your wisdom. The gratitude we owe to His Holiness is beyond any description and cannot be adequately expressed in words. Nevertheless, it's time for customary vote of thanks. May I request Venerable Sharatse Khensur Rinpoche Jangshub Choiden, Deputy Secretary General IBC, for vote of thanks, please.
Good morning to Your Holiness, and good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries and brothers and sisters and ladies and gentlemen in front of me. I would like to present the vote of thanks from the organizer side, the International Buddhist Confederation. First of all, I would like to present my vote of thanks to Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, most respected Tenzin Gyatso, for your very inspiring and your very eloquent and precious sharing of inner experiences that you have gained throughout your life. I do believe very strongly your sharing of experiences will guide our life. And it is not just for us. You have been kind of a source of inspiration for millions and millions of people on this planet. And you're still inspiring many more. And I believe very strongly that there will be many generations coming up that will be fully get inspired by your messages and your lifestyle. So we all respect you from the depth of our heart, and at the same time, since it's my duty to present the vote of thanks, I thank you very much for your such an eloquent and valuable speech. And we need your presence and we need your guidance continuously for many more decades. So I do request on this stage to please take good care of yourself and live long and keep guiding us. And next, I would like to present my vote of thanks to our eloquent speaker, Professor Dr. Robert Thurman, for his wonderful presence and wonderful presentation of the academic gatherings and academic deliberations. And then next, I would like to present my vote of thanks to Venerable Sitgu Sayadaw, Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Nyanesara, for his message that was read by my colleague. And I would also like to present my vote of thanks to all the dignitaries present on the dais. Let me go through the names. His Eminence, Reverend Kembo Lama Gamju Chöjams Demberel, Most Venerable Waskaduwe Mahinda Wansa Mahanaik Thero, His Holiness 43rd Sakyatinzin Kundung Gyana Vajran Buche, His Holiness 12th Chamgun Kenting Tai Situpa, His Eminence Padma Acharya Karma Rangdul, Venerable Bhikshu Dhamma Shobhan Mahathero, His Eminence Kyabji Yongzin Ling Rinpoche, Tenzin Lungto Tine Chobak, Most Venerable Thich Thien Tham, and finally, I would also like to thank the Secretary General of IBC for his wonderful and eloquent welcome speech on this occasion. So thank you very much also to the august gathering of venerables and scholars and all the brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
We are also immensely grateful to His Holiness for the blessings, for these wonderful, blissful, inspirational moments of His most gracious presence amidst us. May we all learn to imbibe the values of ahimsa, karuna, compassion, mutual respect, and move ahead to spread happiness and harmony in all corners of the world. We shall now have a documentary on 19th Kushak Bakula Rinpoche.
Buddham
Can I request all our esteemed guests to kindly remain seated? Please have a seat. Please sit down. Yeah, we shall have screening of a movie. Everybody is requested to settle down, remain seated, and don't move from the hall. Thank you. Kindly settle down, ladies and gentlemen. 19th Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was an eminent Buddhist Lama who served as India's ambassador to Mongolia. He is remembered with great reverence for his pioneering effort in reviving Buddhism in Mongolia, and also for his service towards welfare and education of the poor. We shall now have a screening of a film by Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta. Before we screen this film, may I call upon Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta to tell us more about this movie. May I call upon Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta to introduce this film to the august gathering here. May I once again request all our eminent guests, all the dignitaries to kindly settle down. Yeah. Over to Mr. Gupta, please.
Good morning to all the venerable monks gathered here for this wonderful event. I'm absolutely delighted and grateful to have had the opportunity to showcase a film that really transformed my life in many ways, and the story that transformed my life in many ways, the story of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Apart from Mongolia, of course, where he did pioneering work for 10 long years, and Ladakh, his hometown in India, many people, even in India, don't know enough about the legacy of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, the 19th Arhat Bakula. Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was one of those pioneering people who brought about a sense of identity to his home place, Ladakh, in the Indian Himalayas. He was trained in some of the most elite universities and teaching centers in Tibet and returned to lead his people, becoming a political representative also of Ladakh with a long friendship with India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. It was Kushak Bakula Rinpoche who organized, many people don't remember, when India was first attacked in 1947-48 by invaders from Pakistan. The resistance force in Ladakh was raised by Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, and that resistance force later became an integral part of the Himalayan Defense Force as part of the Indian Army. Of course, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's incredible contribution in really building India and Mongolia ties, again, most people don't know about this. I was very, very delighted, and I can see Sonam Wangchuk ji sitting in the audience. Sonam Wangchuk used to be, for his whole lifetime, the private secretary and really the biographer of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. And without his help, we could have never made this film. I am really very, very grateful to Sonam Wangchuk ji for his help, his guidance, his support, both in Ladakh and in Mongolia, which helped us complete this film. I'm very grateful to have got access to this incredible story of an incredible monk who really not only kept alive Ladakhi identity and Buddhism in Ladakh, but also in Mongolia played a pioneering role in holding up its ancient traditions of Buddhism after the fall of the Iron Curtain. I want to quickly thank a few people before the screening. Koteshwar Rao is here. He's really my friend, my cinematographer, and an incredible source of strength for completing this film on the many locations that we went to around the world to complete it. My team from Global Order, Ayushi Sharma, is here. In Ladakh, I want to particularly thank Muhammad Iqbal Bijal and his family who really helped us in Ladakh. Most importantly, I want to thank IBC for the great support, help and cooperation, guidance and advice they gave us in putting together this wonderful film about the story of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche that needs to be known not just in India, not just in Ladakh and Mongolia, but really around the world. Thank you very much. And once again, Sonam Wangchuk ji, thank you very much for your help. Thank you.
Buddham saranam gacchami Dhammam saranam gacchami Sangham saranam gacchami
कुशक बकुला रिम्पोचे एयरपोर्ट पे आपका स्वागत है।
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital city of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery, and that is a man and his story.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर आपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग गए।
He was very futuristic and visionary.
आज लद्दाख के जो बौद्ध धर्म के अनुयायियों में आप देख सकते हैं, उसमें साक्या है, गेलुक है, कयुट है, नीमा है, चारों संप्रदाय आपको यहाँ को मिलने को मिलेगा। तो ये अपने आप में खूबसूरती है, ये मैं समझता हूँ रिम्पोचे जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान।
This story is spread across 50 long years and 2 countries. It involves a man who was also a monk, a politician, and one of the most successful diplomats in India's history.
Many of Mongolian people with Bakula Rinpoche now.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy and most respectable person for Mongolians.
He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथो गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है, जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है। और ये पीछे जो है माथो पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे, जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया। लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो, जिस धर्म से रखते हो, जिस समाज से रखते हो, सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोचे बकुला जी के नाम से वो जुट जाते हैं और रिम्पोचे बकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं।
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as a reincarnation of the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. He was sent to the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Chipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also a person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years, he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushak Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushak Bakula story.
Ladakh always, he would, wherever he go, two things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism, which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. The war that followed changed the story of Kushak Bakula.
He's a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे। हम लोग सब घर से निकल चुके थे, तो जब जैस का आवाज आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के
back to the hall. We shall shortly be running this movie. A very interesting, exciting film that was made in Leh. We all must have been there, we all must have heard as we travel from Srinagar to Kargil and then to Leh. A very exhilarating journey, a rich heritage. Request everyone to come back to the hall. As India's ambassador to Mongolia, as we already mentioned to you, Bakula Rinpoche is also remembered with great reverence for his pioneering efforts in reviving Buddhism in Mongolia, and also for his services towards welfare and education of the poor. We have an interesting documentary by Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta. I would request all of you to kindly settle down before we screen this film again for all of you. I think we can go ahead. People will come once we start.
Buddham saranam gacchami, dhammam saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam
कुशक बकुला रिम्पोचे एयरपोर्ट पे आपका स्वागत है।
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital city of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery, and that is a man and his story.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर अपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग के।
He was very futuristic and visionary.
आज लद्दाख के जो बौद्ध धर्म के अनुयायियों में आप देख सकते हैं, उसमें साक्या है, गेलुक है, कयुत है, ईमा है, चारों संप्रदाय आपको यहाँ पर मिलने को मिलेगा। तो ये अपने आप में खूबसूरती है, ये मैं समझता हूँ रिम्पोचे जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान।
This story is spread across 50 long years and 2 countries. It involves a man who was also a monk, a politician, and one of the most successful diplomats in India's history.
Many of Mongolian people with Bakula Rinpoche now.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy and most respectable person for Mongolians.
He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथो गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोछे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है और ये पीछे जो है माथो पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोछे जी ने जो जन्म लिया लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो जिस धर्म से रखते हो जिस समाज से रखते हो सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोछे बकुला जी के नाम से वो जुड़ जाते हैं और रिम्पोछे बकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as a reincarnation of the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. He was sent to the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Thipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also a person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years, he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushak Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushak Bakula story.
Ladakh always, he would, wherever he go, two things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism, which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. A war that followed changed the story of Kushak Bakula.
He's a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे। हम लोग सब घर से निकल चुके थे। तो जब जहाज का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चला गया देखने के लिए। तो पहले बार उस समय जहाज देखा ना डेकोटा या लिम्स तो ये सारा कुछ बकुले जी ने तो किया ना, नहीं तो लद्दाख कहाँ बस इस समय तो लद्दाख पाकिस्तान में होता है।
The resistance units that were first put together by Kushak Bakula were the precursor of the famed Ladakh Scouts, now an integral part of the Indian Army's Himalayan defense arrangement. The Ladakh airport in Leh was built by the Indian military using land donated by Kushak Bakula from his Spituk monastery.
Army said, this is the place we need to build our airport. Rinpoche said, take it. He gave it away. There was, people like resistance in his monastery. Rinpoche, what are you doing, giving away our land to this? And he said, no, nothing doing. It must be given. And so he gave away.
Karan Singh and his family were the former princely rulers of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. He says the war was a definitive moment which created the need for leadership in Ladakh. And Kushak Bakula emerged to represent the dreams and aspirations of what was, at that time, one of the remotest parts of India.
Kushak Sahab was the main leader at that time. He was the one who received us and he was the one who made all the speech. So he had already, at that time, emerged as the predominant leader in Ladakh.
"92-year-old Lama Lobsang saw Kushak Bakula in those years. He says that people from across Ladakh were drawn to the monk as their guru, both spiritual and political.
कुशक बकुला जी तो हम सब के गुरु है, हमारा तो गुरु है ही है, पूरे लद्दाख का गुरु है। ये सारे लद्दाख को तो बिल्कुल एक तरह से जगाया ना उन्होंने, सोया हुआ था, बिल्कुल लद्दाख सोया हुआ था, वो जगह था। उन कुशक बकुले की सेवा और कोई तो था नहीं। पंडित जी ने लोगों से पूछा कि तुम लोग को लीडर किसको चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, तो सब कुशक बकुले जी के हम कुशक बकुले जी को तुम्हारा लीडर बनाना चाहते हैं, तुम्हें मंजूर है? तो सब चिल्ला कि भाई हाँ जरूर है, ठीक है।
The political leadership of independent India took notice. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru zeroed in on Kushak Bakula to represent Ladakh.
He was never interested. He had no idea of politics, joining politics. But then fate was, just a second.
He took lay Muslims, Kargil, all together, and then he was the first MLA, member of, Legislative Assembly of then JNK,
The young leader rallied his people, traveling on horseback to the remotest parts of Ladakh, bringing unity to his people and integrating a vast, sparsely populated region through his sheer physical presence.
उस समय में हमारा लद्दाख में इतना लोगों को तकलीफ थे, ना रोड थे, ना लोगों को खान पान का इतना गरीब थे, लोगों को पहनने के कपड़ा तक नहीं थे। बच्चे दिन रात घोड़े पर चला थे, याक पर चला थे, लोगों को उस सिस्टम पे तो कागज में नहीं थे ना, वो लकड़ी का तख्ता दे के, वो पेंसिल वगैरह दे के बच्चों को सिखाए थे। तो रिम्पोचे की कृपा से अभी तो लद्दाख में आप जानते हैं 100% एजुकेटेड है, पूरा रिम्पोचे की कृपा से हुआ था।
He took a group of students from Ladakh to Delhi to get education, and in these days we are having leaders and educated whatever you may call it, scholars and all. They are the product from that group.
Then Kushak Sahab became an important leader. He was the face of Ladakh. He was the one people realized that here was somebody who represented an important part of our country.
As a member of the Legislative Assembly of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which had autonomous status in independent India, Kushak Bakula was the first to understand that Ladakh's identity as a Buddhist province was critical for the security of India. In a note in 1952 to the Government of India, Kushak Bakula wrote, "Let India grasp this fact clearly. The existence of the Buddhist community in Ladakh is the only factor which guarantees to it the possession of this important frontier. To save the frontier, India must save the Buddhists of Ladakh. And to save the Buddhists of Ladakh, it must take over administrative control of the district without the loss of a moment."
He didn't like Kashmiri domination and therefore wanted autonomy for Ladakh. Actually, they wanted union territory.
Long before anyone else, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche demanded the union of Ladakh with the rest of India without any special qualifications, and for the region to be directly governed as a part of India rather than as a part of Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर समेत लद्दाख भारत के साथ जब विलय हुआ, तब से जो है लद्दाख वालों के मन में एक शंका ये बैठा, हम खुश थे भारत के साथ विलय हुआ, लेकिन इस बात के डाउट थे कब तक हम कश्मीर के साथ जोड़ के रखेंगे, और कश्मीर के जो डिस्टर्बेंस माहौल से जो निर्णय निकाल के आएगा वो निर्णय कहीं लद्दाख पे थोपकाया तो नहीं जाएगा। फाइनली यही डिमांड किया, लद्दाख को एक केंद्र शासित प्रदेश अलग से बनाया जाए। ये 1950s से डिमांड राइज किया।
All his life he has been talking about the security of Ladakh, because that is also security of India. To have a strong presence of Indianness in Ladakh is how you safeguard your borders. You know, army can't do everything. You have to have the presence of the local. No Article 370, no special status. This is his speech in Parliament.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's dream would take more than 50 years to be fulfilled.
मैं मानता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से
अब आर्टिकल 370 और 35A बीते हुए इतिहास की बात हो जाने के बाद उसके नकारात्मक प्रभावों से भी जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख जल्द बाहर निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
शांति प्रिय लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कम्युनल हार्मनी के लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कोएग्जिस्टेंस सोसाइटी रहते हैं, और ये यूनिक जो है आपको दुनिया के बहुत कम जगहों पे देखने को मिलेगा। उसमें जो है टॉप लीडिंग पे लद्दाख का सोसाइटी है।
To develop Ladakh in more quicker and more faster, most probably, and then we are a very hostile place. 2 borders are there. Ultimately, we got it. It was his vision, but though we need some kind of legislation also.
In 1952, when the government of Jammu and Kashmir presented its first budget, Kushak Bakula was horrified to discover that the budget had nothing to offer for Ladakh. In a speech that has become history, Kushak Bakula spoke in fluent Ladakhi to explain why he was so disappointed with the terribly discriminatory budget.
There was no mention of Ladakh in the whole budget. He was shocked and, kind of lost, because he had so much expectations after all the meeting and assurances that was given to him. So he told the speaker, who was Mr. Sadiq, I want to speak on the budget discussion, without saying he's happy or not. And he said, yeah, why not, you speak. And they fixed the date and the time. Then he said to him, my condition is that I don't speak other than Ladakhi. So I will speak in Ladakhi. I will give you the English translation, and it must be read out after I speak. Okay, done. When he was speaking, he was not leaders aggressive. He was very calmly and speak his mind, clear words, and not show his emotions like that. So he was speaking his way, and in between he says, Janab Sheikh Abdullah. Janab Sheikh, that is how he used to be addressed. Sometimes he says, Sher Kashmir Sheikh Abdullah. And the members of the treasury bench will, thump their desk, hoping that he's talking about, appreciating or praising their leader, because he's from the same party. Nobody expected him to say what he said.
For nearly 2 decades, Kushak Bakula remained unopposed and revered, the sole member of the Legislative Assembly from Ladakh, with unlimited access to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and seen and heard everywhere as the voice of Ladakh, loved by every constituency and all peoples of Ladakh.
On the left and right side always used to be Muslims, There were many Muslim leaders, like from my community, Sheikh Jamaluddin, Ghulam Rasul Betong, they used to be his right hand and left side leaders. So he was very futuristic, visionary.
when the young Dalai Lama fled Tibet with his followers in India, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche helped the young Dalai Lama and his followers find a new home for the Tibetan community in exile in India. Even though he was a monk and remained one throughout his life, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's sense of the world was acute. In the late 1950s, he warned Jawaharlal Nehru that to trust China after the annexation of Tibet would be foolish. But Nehru did not listen. And in 1962, India lost a critical war to China.
Rinpoche told him that it will be the beginning of our trouble, because not only China will occupy Tibet and destroy, and our buffer zone between India and China will be gone. Next will be Ladakh, next will be Arunachal Pradesh, and there will be no end to it. So be ready, and I very strongly want to tell you that you act now, save Tibet, save Ladakh. If not, it will be danger for India.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche had spent his early years as a student monk achieving the highest honors in the centers of Buddhist learning in Tibet. He understood what destruction communism brought to traditional societies. So for years, as a Buddhist monk and an Indian politician, he built a network of connections, of worship and reverence inside the Soviet Union and its affiliate countries, including Mongolia. It was in Mongolia that Kushak Bakula would have perhaps his greatest impact.
Many of Mongolian people is Bakula Rinpoche now.
Buddhism came from India by Tibet. So we think that India is very close to Mongolia. Geographically, of course, it is very distant, but spiritually and culture-wise, it is very close. So it was very wise decision by the Indian government in late 80s to appoint him as the Indian ambassador to Mongolia.
For 10 years between 1990 and 2000, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was India's ambassador in Mongolia. It was a diplomatic stint like no other.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was an iconic Buddhist teacher who, through his sheer spiritual knowledge, through the manner of his preaching, was able to win hearts of the Mongolian people.
When I think about Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, he reminds me, or I start thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. Because I read a lot about Mahatma Gandhi. I had sort of visionary image of Mahatma Gandhi. And when I was meeting with Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, I was always thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. He was a good model of a real Buddhist monk, of good ambassador, of good envoy of whole of India, of Indian people to Mongolia. So all these things combined helped us to love him, respect him, and with this love and respect, he was able to conquer the hearts of the Mongolians. And that helped a lot in the revival of Buddhism.
Long before Kushak Bakula arrived in Mongolia, a legend had echoed across the vast, landlocked nation.
In Mongolia, there was this prophecy that would say that, when Buddhism was at its peak at that time, during the 8th Bogd Khan time, the prophecy was that eventually, or in the coming time period, Buddhism will be totally annihilated by the red forces and Arhat Bakula will come and revive. So that was the
very strange prophecy made. And they started worshipping Arahat Bakula from that time.
He was not just an ordinary ambassador. He was Kushok Bakula, the reincarnate of a very famous person in the Buddhist history, Bakula, the disciple of Buddha himself.
Within weeks of Kushok Bakula landing in Ulaanbaatar in 1990, the Iron Curtain started to fall. The Soviet Union started to collapse as Mikhail Gorbachev introduced Glasnost and Perestroika. Within 2 years, the Soviet forces withdrew from Mongolia after 70 long years. And in their place, Buddhist chants rose across the nation.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy, and most respectable person for Mongolians for his great activities surrounding Buddhism. Bakula Rinpoche contributed to bring Buddhism to the Mongolians, who were separated from Buddhism thoughts during the 70 years of communism. He was the Indian ambassador to Mongolia from 1990 to 2000. He contributed to the capacity building for Mongolian youth to learn Buddhism. There are now from 500 to 1600 children in the Buddhist schools in Mongolia. In the 1990s, it was difficult to go to the countryside in Mongolia. Today's communication and transport infrastructure was not present at that time. So our teacher Kushok Bakula worked for years, not only as a diplomat, but also for the development of Buddhism in Mongolia. He supported spirituality among the people and gave us psychological and cultural confidence. We are grateful to him for working towards the development of Mongolian society.
During the long communist rule, Buddhist practices had been attacked and devastated in Mongolia. Hundreds of monasteries had been broken down, thousands of monks butchered, and their mass graves later discovered with bullet-ridden skulls. After the communist regime was dislodged, to soothe the soul of a nation, a monk called Kushok Bakula Rinpoche took center stage.
At that time, celebrating the Buddha Day was forgotten in this country. And Bakula Rinpoche told us, this is very important day. When at the same day Buddha was born, Buddha reached Nirvana and he passed away. These three very important events in Buddhist culture. So I remember when he was advising us to hold the first ever celebration of Buddha Day after so many years of the day being forgotten and completely forgotten. It was done on the stadium in this children's park, and it was hugely attended by thousands of people. And now the Mongolian parliament has passed a special resolution saying that Buddha Day is a very important day in the life of Mongolians. And this is day off for all Mongols.
At that time, the Mongolia was just developing. He helped in establishing the Rajiv Gandhi School of Production and Art in Ulaanbaatar. His suggestions were implemented in Mongolia very precisely.
It is extremely rare for a diplomat to be posted to one country for a decade. The average stint is around 3 years. But even though different political parties took charge of governance in India, for 10 long years, every party in power chose to keep Kushok Bakula as ambassador in Mongolia. It was Kushok Bakula who first brought the relics of the Buddha from India to Mongolia in 1993, which was the most important spiritual event in the country's history after the fall of communist rule. Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was no ordinary diplomat. He was a Buddhist master like no other Mongolia had ever seen. He was Elchen Baksh, as the Mongolians called him and call him even today, the ambassador teacher.
It stayed here in 1 month. it made a lot of people believe that this is possible, to be Buddha, to reach this liberation. And I remember one person, a lady came up to my room in my office and said to me that my father, who was ill for many years and he couldn't stand up and he was lying in his bed for many years, he heard that Holiness is coming. And so he decided to come here. Now he is better. Now he can stand up from his bed. So Buddha relics also helped in this way people, ordinary people who were ill. So I can say that this kind of miracles also happened. So Bakuda Rinpoche was also a part of this miracle.
Some contributions could be measured in terms of numbers. It's like an intangible support that he has brought in India-Mongolia relation. And that foundation has now flourished into a much stronger and thriving bilateral economic relationship.
So important is the legacy of Kushak Bakula in Mongolia and to the Indian embassy in Mongolia that Ambassador MP Singh has kept the room used by Kushak Bakula at the embassy untouched since the Rinpoche left.
I now have the privilege to bring you to the very room which was used by Kushak Bakula Rinpoche while he was here as ambassador teacher. And I have not used it as an office, as a mark of respect to him, but tried to keep it as a prayer room. So this prayer room is a unique prayer room. Of course, it has our own scriptures of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. In addition, I have the Sanghas and Dhammapada and Quran and Bible. Everything is in this room.
But Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's impact on Mongolia cannot be understood through diplomacy alone. First and foremost, he was a revered Buddhist monk, a spiritual guide who never spoke the Mongolian language but could understand the deepest yearnings of the Mongolian people.
Can you imagine the society when there is nothing in the shelves of the stores to sell, nothing, and it was a very hard time for Mongol people. And the presence of Bakula Rinpoche at that time and his spiritual guidance to many Mongols helped to overcome this difficult time for Mongolians.
Mongolia and Russia had seen the downfall of Buddhism at some point of time. It was Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, during his stay in those countries, had restored and developed Buddha Dhamma in those countries, bridging the friendship between the original land of Buddha, India, and Mongolia and Russia. That's how he played a very important role to connect and build friendship between India and those countries.
This is the Gandhan Monastery. It is more than 130 years old. It is one of the few Buddhist monasteries that survived communist rule. Today, it is at the heart of the spiritual and cultural life of Buddhist Mongolia. The head of the monastery these days is this man, the most important Buddhist figure today in Mongolia.
When I was young, I participated at the Asian Buddhist Conference on Peace, and there I met Kushak Bakula Ji. After that, in 90s, he was appointed to Mongolia as an ambassador, and at the same time the communist government collapsed in Mongolia and changed to democracy. I thought he was appointed to Mongolia at the correct time. The Mongolian social, psychological conditions were very bad at that time. During that period, Bakula Rinpoche contributed a lot to peace, and we went together to the countryside of Mongolia for the relief of the people.
So intense was the cause of reviving Buddhism in Mongolia for Kushak Bakula Rinpoche that this monk and Indian ambassador used all his earnings in Mongolia to give back to the country something it deeply yearned for, a new Buddhist monastery. A branch of his beloved Pithuk monastery was built at the center of Ulaanbaatar.
People would ask and seek his guidance about how to set up a monastery, how to enroll monks and ordain them. So he would explain, but that explanation was not sufficient. And so he decided, maybe one way is to set up a monastery in Ulaanbaatar where people can come and see and then experience. So he took it up with the government of Mongolia, and they happily said, please go ahead and choose any land you want and we give it to you. So he chose this particular spot, Pethub, which means exemplary or a model. This is a name which coincided, it is not that Rinpoche wanted this to be a model as such, but this is also the name of his 800 years old monastery in Ladakh called Pethub. So he just took that name because he wanted the two monasteries to connect with each other, which means in a way connect Mongolia, Buddhism with India and Ladakh. And it was therefore completed in 1999, and he, in a very big ceremony, which was also attended by the then Vice President of India, Mr. Krishan Kant, the doors of the temples were open. And not only that, the building is there, he also had almost 8 years before the construction had started, set up a school where the monks were being prepared. So the monks were ready to come and join. So we have hostel for monks, some 50 monks can stay here. So it was a kind of a rededication of his faith in Buddha Dharma and to propagate Buddha Dharma in a country which had suffered so much and which was once a very exemplary place for Buddhist learning. So many scholars and high-ranking monks had come from Mongolia. So it was in an effort to reconstruct Buddhism in Mongolia. He did this and he completed it and gave it to the people here.
This monastery has become the focal point of Kushak Bakula's legacy in Mongolia, a place for countless Mongolians to remember him and his healing touch.
When I was 11 years old, I had a vision problem, mostly blind. I met Bakula Rinpoche with my grandmother, who was a follower and devotee of him. He treated me with his beads and prayers for nearly a month. After that, there was improvement in my vision. Gradually, there was no problem with my vision. Now I work in telecom department as a technician and a devotee of my guru Bakula Rinpoche.
Wherever he went in Mongolia, Kushak Bakula brought a sense of spiritual resurrection, solace for countless souls. Crowds gathered to see him everywhere. Babies were brought to be blessed by him.
Bakula Rinpoche always supported Mongolian philosophy and spiritual beliefs of the people. During 90s, the territory of Mongolia was divided into 18 provinces. It was an emergency situation. People were very angry with the government leaders, and the socialists were protesting in the country. At that time, Rinpoche used to meet those protesters and always preached peace and non-violence. It was a very important point and lead to democracy in Mongolia. I became a nun at this monastery and practicing astrology for the last 10 years. Bakula Rinpoche was the first Buddhist teacher to Mongolian people. He taught Buddhist practices and rituals to young Mongolian monks. He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
If men are known by the company they keep, monks must be known for their disciples. Two men might be considered the heirs to the legacy of Kushak Bakula in Mongolia. They are two of the country's most famous spiritual names. One is an artist and a monk, and the other a famous Vipassana meditation teacher. In the high hills of Aglak, around 100 kilometers from Ulaanbaatar, Lama Purvat has created the most important modern Buddhist shrine in Mongolia, as much a work of great art as it is a place of worship.
In our ancient book of wisdom, it was written many years ago that someone from the south would come for the revival of Mongolian Buddhism. In the 1990s, Bakula Rinpoche came to Mongolia, and we held him in high regard. He played a key role in the revitalization of traditional Mongolian Buddhism, and his activities and accomplishments demonstrated his commitment to its thriving. We are grateful for his work.
With support and assistance from Kushak Bakula, in India, the young Lama Purvat learned the delicate art of Thangka painting. Today, he is one of Mongolia's greatest artistic treasures. His hilltop shrine, dotted with white Buddhas under majestic trees, a reminder of his guru and the peace he brought to the once troubled land.
I am a professional artist and had a close relationship with Bakula Rinpoche, who sent me to India for further studies. This opportunity paved the way for my future career. Rinpoche established the Patap monastery, and upon his passing, I had the honor of handling his cremation and creating a silver stupa in his memory.
Like Lama Purvat, Shirindev Dorlig was one of the discoveries of Kushak Bakula, a young student who Kushak Bakula helped travel to India more than 2 decades ago. He has become the most influential meditation teacher in Mongolia.
When we first time in embassy, meeting with him and sitting in the embassy chair, and then Sonu Wanchuk was translating. And then there was one lady Mongolian who came with me from foreign minister translating from Sanam. And then they were talking, but Bakula Rinpoche and me I felt like we are two of us together in somewhere else. And there is something connection with me. And then it changed whole my thinking. And then I thought, yes, I am on the right path. This is the person who must send me to India to study the quest which I want to find the meaning of this life. And then after 3 months, the answer came from ICCR so that I could go and study in India. I was the first student from Mongolia to join Indian universities, and then one monk from Gandan we were sent. And Bakula Rinpoche said, "You are the lucky one." And then studying in the Banaras University, I heard this story about Naidam Bakula, but I want to prove that somewhere in the Gangur there must be proof about Bakula 1916, about 16 Barkhans story. But then I found one sutra which is called Naidin Juduk, where it describes the role of Bakula Rinpoche, what Buddha have given him some mission so that he could help the Dhamma, wherever there is Dhamma rises, he must go and help them to establish their Dhamma. So then I was so happy that I met the right person, the Dhamma person who Buddha sent to Mongolia.
Even today, the words, the deeds, the love of Kushak Bakula lives on in Mongolia, not least in the lives of young Buddhist students who live and study at his popular Petub monastery. This is where the tribute put together by hundreds of ordinary Mongolian people when the saintly monk died is preserved.
This is made of pure silver, weighing about 160-70 kilograms. Now, this was done after Rinpoche had passed away, and huge people from across Mongolia would come, pay respect at the monastery built by Bakula Rinpoche. This stupa was done by a very famous Mongolian artist, Buddhist monk called Lama Prubat. As you see, Rinpoche is sitting in the middle, and it has his relics. And to this side is a statue of Bakula Rinpoche himself, is done according to his body size, literally. And the clothes that Rinpoche used to wear have been put on the statues.
2 decades after Kushuk Bakula's death, the Indian government is sending statues of Bakula to Ladakh, Mongolia, and across other parts of Central Asia.
I was told about the history, what he has done. He was the ambassador, and what he did in Mongolia and Ladakh. We were very happy that we were going to make a sculpture of him. And that too now, we are sending about 8 sitting statues and 2 standing statues to different countries.
उनकी स्टैंडिंग पोज है, उसमें फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन मतलब कोई भी चेहरा, बहुत सारे मसल्स होते हैं.
Can we have the lights, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very comprehensive. We are still okay. We are still left with some part of it. Kindly bear with us. Just few more moments. Such a comprehensive film on the great son of Ladakh.
चेहरा, बहुत सारे मसल्स होते हैं. फिर मसल पेरिफेरल के होने से एक्सप्रेशन, आँख का हलचल है, जाल है, लिप्स है, यहाँ के मसल्स है. इससे डिपेंड करता है कि ये क्या सोच रहे हैं. दुखी है, हंसा हुआ है, और पीसफुल माइंड है. ये सब पता चलता है.
Back in Ladakh, where the first of these statues are to come up, the legacy of Kushuk Bakula is being passed on to a new generation. Nazia Iqbal is a young Ladakhi journalist. She says Kushuk Bakula's spirit lives on in these mountains among each and every one of its rugged, loving people.
Growing up here in Ladakh, we always knew what an all-encompassing presence that the Kushok Bakula Rinpoche had on Ladakh. And when he was at his political prime, we were still very young. We really did not understand the enigma that he was at that point. But slowly, now that I know a little bit, now that I've read a little bit about him, I truly feel that not just that he was the biggest leader that Ladakh has seen, but he was one of the greatest leaders that India or the world has seen, really. We had his pictures everywhere. It was, whether it was household, it was hotels, it was the offices, everywhere we saw him. And so that picture is really etched in all our minds. And I think one thing that you will get from everyone you speak to is that how he took all the communities together. As a leader, he was truly a people's leader.
As long as the chants echo in the mountains, as long as the Buddha is worshipped, as long as the butter lamps are lit in the monasteries, in Ladakh, in Mongolia, across India and Central Asia, the love and legacy of Kushak Bakula shall live on.
So this was an extraordinary story of an extraordinary monk, so artistically produced by Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta. Can I request you, Dr. Gupta, to please, to Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta, to please come on the dais. The legacy of Kushak Bakula lives on to inspire the generations. Let's give Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta a big round of applause. Thank you. With this, you want to say something?
I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Okay.
And I just want to introduce, this is my cinematographer, Koteshwar Rao. All the beautiful images you saw was all shot by. I just want to say thank you to all of you. My apologies for the small glitches that happened due to technical issues. We worked very hard on this film, and I'm really happy to have brought this to you. It was a real privilege. Thank you. And to have been able to show the film on a stage where His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself spoke is a real blessing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, IBC.
Very, very well said, Dr. Hindol. And we all know how difficult it is to go to Ladakh. I am an army officer. I started my career from that part of India. And we all bow to that land, and as well as we bow to Kushak Bakula. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this inaugural session for day 2. We will have a quick lunch break, get back for the technical sessions, starting academic as well as Sangha session. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation. We'll see you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I would like to request everyone to be seated. We will begin our session shortly, and I would like to request if all the speakers are in the room or not. Good afternoon, Your Holiness, Your Excellencies, Venerable Sangha members, and distinguished guests. It is great pleasure to once again extend my warm welcome to the second day of the Global Buddhist Summit 2023, where we will be addressing the responses to contemporary challenges from philosophy to praxis. It was once said, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. In the same way, I can say that the best time for the summit was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now, as our Mother Nature and humanity are entering in such a difficult phase. My Guru, His Holiness, the 12th Chamgön Kending Tai Situpa, said that it is not the mission of Buddhists to convert the world. One who is good practitioner within their own faith is already a good Buddhist, because Buddhism at the grassroots level is to become a good person, a person who lives in harmony with nature, who is considerate towards the surrounding, and who strives to do their bit in the betterment of all sentient beings. According to my observation from yesterday, we are gathered here for that exact purpose. Our message to the world is how every one of us can incorporate the teachings of Buddha into our daily lives and achieve global peace. Thank you very much for your attention. So now, without further delay, allow me to commence the session. The topic for the session will be challenges for the Buddhist Sangha in 21st century, internal and external challenges. For this, I would like to call upon the stage as a moderator, Venerable Shartse Khinzur Changchup Chodin Rinpoche, Deputy Secretary General of IBC. Let's welcome Rinpoche with a round of applause. I also request the speakers to take their places. Venerable Metaya Sakyaputta, Vice Chairman of Lumbini Development Trust, Lumbini, Nepal. Venerable Yongye Mingyur Rinpoche, Meditation Master of the Karmakaju and Nyingma lineage of Buddhism, Nepal. Venerable Geshe Lodro Sangpo, Gade Jangse Monastery, Karnataka, India. Venerable Ashin Sarana, Meditation Teacher from Czech Republic. I would now request Venerable Deputy Secretary General to... Okay. I will repeat the names of the speakers. Venerable Metaya Sakyaputta and Ashin Sarana to come upon the stage. Venerable Metaya Sakyaputta, Vice Chairman of Lumbini Development Trust. Please, if you are here, come and take your place on the stage. Now, I would like to request Venerable Deputy Secretary General to present the speakers with kata. Now, I would like to introduce our moderator, Venerable Shartse Khensur Jangchup Chöden Rinpoche. Venerable Shartse Khensur Jangchup Chöden Rinpoche, the Deputy Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation, was trained at Kaden Shartse Monastery and graduated as Geshe Harampa. Later, he received advanced degree of Geshe Ngagrampa from Gyuto Tantric University. Rinpoche had studied under many great masters, including His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He speaks 4 different languages and traveled and taught throughout the globe extensively. For 9 years, he has served as the abbot of his alma mater, Gaden Shartse Monastery. At present, Rinpoche is the Deputy Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation, Delhi, India, a council member of National Culture Fund under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Besides, Rinpoche is the Vice President of Indian Himalayan Council for Nalanda Buddhist Tradition, based in Delhi, India, a Sangha advisor of Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, and a trustee of People Tree, an intercultural center based in Bangalore, India. So now I humbly request Rinpoche to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
강기 독재 년순에 따와 탐지 방배질 담배 취연이 된세 봐 고담 텔라 차셀로 Good afternoon. to all the speakers on the dais sitting with me, and good afternoon to all the dignitaries, Venerable Sangha, and scholars, and community leaders, and ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are running a little bit late, so I think we should begin as soon as possible. So, first of all, I would like to introduce our four speakers. I will give a kind of a detailed introduction when we come to the speaker themselves. So we have four speakers today here. At my right, we have a very famous meditation master and teacher, Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche. And at my left, I have Metteyya Bhanteji from Nepal. He's also a very famous teacher and promoter of Buddha Dharma. And then another one at my right is Venerable Ashin Sarana, a meditation teacher from Czech Republic. And then at my left, we have Geshe Lodro Sangpo, Geshe Harampa scholar and a science scholar from Garden Changse Monastery. So now first, our first kind of speaker is, according to this sequence that is presented to me, is Venerable Metteyya Shakyaputta. To introduce Venerable to you, I'm going through the kind of a brief biography that was presented to me. It says that Venerable Metteyya Shakyaputta, a Buddhist monk and teacher from Lumbini, Nepal, is known for his deep understanding of the teachings of the Buddha and his ability to convey these teachings in a clear and accessible way. Venerable Metteyya began his monastic training in his native Nepal and has traveled extensively, giving teachings and guidance to students around the world. He is highly respected by both the monastics and lay communities. He has been vice chair of Lumbini Development Trust, improving the operations and infrastructure of the sacred birthplace of the Buddha since 2017. In the year 2022, Venerable Metteyya was awarded the Medal of Honor by the Honorable President of Nepal for his outstanding contributions to developing Lumbini and promoting peace. Venerable Metteyya continues to inspire many people around the world with his generosity, teachings, and deep wisdom and compassion. Now, the topic today we are discussing is challenges confronting the Buddhist Sangha in 21st century. The contemporary challenges that the Buddhist Sangha is facing within the community and outside, or kind of whatever challenges are there. So in that kind of, on that topic, Venerable has presented a paper. The title of the paper is Challenges Confronting the Buddhist Sangha in 21st Century, Internal and External Dynamics. And I do believe he has kind of tried to elaborate on the challenges and also presented some kind of solutions, how to find out a good solution of those challenges. So now...
Thank you, Geshe-la, for introduction. My humble homage to the Most Venerable Mahasangha and all the distinguished participants and such a noble presence here. I would also like to congratulate IBC for uniting all the Sangha all around the world and hosting us here for last 2 days in an effort to bring all our collective wisdom for a shared and common future. I'm afraid that I have been given a rather very complex topic to map out the numerous challenges that we face ahead as a Sangha, as the follower of Tathagata, Gautama the Buddha, and what lies ahead. To map them all out is rather a very complicated task. However, having witnessed the miracle today of seeing this, such an august presence this morning here, you could feel the Dharma flowing right from the Buddha till today. And as I sat here as an audience, I had the opportunity to reflect upon it, that Sangha, as established by Buddha himself, is perhaps one of the oldest surviving institutions. The Buddhist Sangha is older than the Roman Empire itself, older than dynasties all over the world. So much has come and gone since the Buddha. But imagine, Buddha came from a very humble kingdom at the base of Nepalese mountains. Even in the ancient India, when Buddha began to teach, there were 16 great nations, 16 Janapadas. Even among them, the Sakya Janapada was quite small in a way. Yet he was able to transcend all the boundaries, all the limitations, and somehow miraculously transcended the boundaries of language itself and taught this very universal message. I strongly believe that throughout his life, Buddha very kindly and graciously planted the seeds of kindness, compassion, and wisdom in the minds of people all around him. And the beauty is that after his passing away, those seeds kept sprouting, kept growing. The original ideas of Buddha, they have kept influencing the mindset of people all over Asia. So having reflected upon this virtue, I feel strongly optimistic that despite all the challenges, I'm inclined to believe and have faith in my heart that the Sangha will continue to prosper, continue to be a beacon of hope, a voice of conscience, and a guiding light for the being all over the world in the coming centuries too. However, I also believe that the world is reaching a very crucial point. We're beginning to see a new era emerge that gives an omen to what might to come. The growth of technology, rapid acceleration in artificial intelligence. I think in less than coming 10 years, we will be facing a very different world altogether. And I believe that as we plan for the future, we must account for those possibilities as well. And we also, I think we have the great fortune to go back 2,500 years. The beauty of Buddha Dharma is that all the Buddhist history, teachings, collective works of great scholars, great bodhisattvas, great beings that came after the Buddha, those are meticulously reserved. They are meticulously written down. So we have the opportunity to reflect. I believe that as we chart for a future, we must look at the past in terms of understanding what kind of challenges we face ahead. So here, I'm afraid the time is very short. I have tried, as I was given the topic, I have tried to think about it from the point of my elders, my peers, and I have tried to think of what the future will be next 200, 300 years later. And as a contemporary monk, if I am talking to the future generation, what are the things I should be accountable for? So try to write them as much as possible in the paper, which I have submitted to IBC. I hope in future it will be published and shared. In next few minutes, I will try and present to you, bring to your awareness some of the dialogues we need to think. to initiate a dialogue upon, to discussion upon, to plan for a sustainable growth of the Sangha. As we reflect on the past to understand what Buddha Dharma offered, as a Buddhist scholar and as a historian, when I tried to study Buddhism, I was surprised that it's a miracle that Buddhism somehow survived all these centuries. You see, Buddhism doesn't have a central authority. There is no central concept as a church. There is no central head figure. And yet, somehow, it has managed to survive. So I like to call it the enlightened chaos in Buddhism that has managed to keep it alive. At the same time, I also like to reflect upon, you see, why Buddhism migrated out of this Himalayan region. You went to the neighboring kingdoms as Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, beyond the Himalayas to Tibet and so forth. What were the reasons? Not having a centralized missionary authority, not having a Buddhist church, not having a committee to go on a mission, and yet somehow it migrated. I believe that it was the noble virtues embedded in the teachings of the Buddha. You see, we must reflect upon Emperor Ashoka also. After conquering most of the smaller empires, building a large empire, and realization dawned to him that, okay, after the war, what comes? After one has conquered everything, how do we get back to real building the society, creating a harmonious, loving, and prosperous society? And sooner or later, one realizes that it's not possible to police people all the time. As one of my idols, Professor Thurman this morning said, that the power of Buddha Dharma is that it teaches us our personal responsibility in the society, that we must be responsible for our karma. You see, Buddhism did not grow in Asia in the early phases just because it was a good-sounding religious philosophy. As we have discussed this morning, ideas such as morality, meditation, samadhi, cultivation of knowledge, these predate Buddha. They come from the Buddhas before him too. In India and Nepal, we have libraries filled with Upanishads, sutras, various treatises that talk about those virtues. I remember reading the history pages. When I see earlier kings of Tibet, for example, or earlier kings in Sri Lanka, when they're adopting Buddhist philosophy, they found that that was the best socio-economic and cultural policy to guide and create a prosperous kingdom. Buddhist ideas, they created a very wonderful society wherever they went. That led to growth in reading and writing the scriptures, led to making compassion and kindness as a virtue, as a state virtue. You can imagine that for these kings, when they were importing Buddhist ideas, they found that this was the best way to govern and create a prosperous and peaceful kingdom. This was the strength why Buddhism was imported so passionately all over the region. Thus, I believe very strongly that as we are facing this 21st century, Buddhism has to evolve again to come up its own policies. We must rise together to come up with the Buddhist policies on human rights, for example. What is Buddhist policy on environment? What is the Buddhist policy on gender rights and so forth? In the old teachings, we have these virtues there, but the 21st century demands us that we must rise to the occasion. In next few minutes, I've tried to summarize in very bullet points some of the internal issues that we face throughout the world that we might have to take in account as we plan for a sustainable future ahead. One of the major issues I see forth in future coming is declining in monastic communities. You see, the crux of Buddha Dharma is the Sangha, the passionate people who study, who contemplate upon the teaching of the Buddha, who cultivate in their heart and try it out for decades. And with their distilled understanding, their distilled compassion, their distilled training, they become the epitome that this medicine offered by the Buddha works. So in the future, one of the biggest challenges I see forth is that the monastic communities are declining all over the world. We have to think about that as well. Also, as we are growing all over the world, we have noticed that there is a very rapid declination in commitment to ethical conduct. You see, when Buddha established the Sangha, he put Sila as the base, the foundation upon which the Sangha was built. We often see that people try and belittle that, oh, Sila, morality, and so forth, these are old school concepts. The Buddha had realized that we cannot build a proper, wonderful society unless we have the base on a very ethical ground. So that would be also an important one. Another point I see as an internal challenge in the next decades, especially in coming era, is that the Sangha needs to modernize. We have to find a way to adapt to the new environment, new socio-political and economic structure. We do see in several Sangha orders as a very strong resistance to change. We might wait for a few more decades, but the global world will keep on to its beat. So that's something we have to address. Number 4, I have thought about, and I believe this is very important in future, is that Buddhism as a collective Sangha, we have to rise up to understand the gender issues. We know very well that when Buddha established and he said that the form of Sangha is completed, it had the 4 orders, the Bhikshus, Bhikshunis, Upasak, and Upasikas. Today in the world, we realize that the era for Bhikkhuni ordination is being discussed upon a lot. There's a huge interest all over the world for women to follow Buddha Dharma, to practice it to its core. One of the challenges for Sangha to come together is how do we create that sanctuary? How do we create the safest space? How do we acknowledge and welcome those new initiatives? That would be a dialogue that we must think of in the future. Of course, there are some smaller concerns like financial sustainability for Sangha has been a strong point. In the old structures, we had the fortune that there used to be great kings and benefactors who supported Buddha Dharma very generously. Today, I notice all over the world, teachers must strive to raise our own funds, even for creating the viharas, for publication and research, for supporting new monks and nuns. This, I believe, will continue to be a very valid point in future also. How do we find financial means to continue growing the Sangha? Also, we find there are elements of sectarian and internal divisions among the Sangha also, because something so profound is happening this century. You see, for last 2,000 years, Buddha Dharma, as it migrated from its original lands to the neighboring kingdoms, it evolved in its own unique environment, its own unique socio-cultural environment. And for at least 1,500 years, these lineages didn't get to talk to each other. A Buddhist monk, let's say, residing in 6th century or 8th century Korea, did not know what a Theravada monk is living like in Sri Lanka. Maybe there are 1 or 2 exceptions, but today, this world, the way it has grown, that all the Sangha in the world will live together. I come from Lumbini, where we have Sangha from all over the world as next door neighbors. What this is doing is that we must foster dialogue in between the traditions to understand each other's traditions better. Another point, I strongly believe that's an internal issue, is also we must come up with guidelines to prevent rising cases of sexual exploitation in the Sangha. We do not talk about it much often on the surface, but it is a major issue, and I have seen that Sangha has struggled to come up with proper, clear policy and guideline on this. So this should be an emerging dialogue in the future ahead. Among these external challenges, I do not see too many, but major would be climate change and environmental issues. The Sangha must be the voice of conscience for change, to bring the world community together, to think of shared future. Adapting to these challenges will require participation from various agencies, various Sangha working together. Also, a very deep-rooted collaboration between Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana teachings to find the common root of Buddhism would also be very important in the future. To summarize all of this, and to look ahead, I look up to one of my elders, Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi, a renowned Buddhist scholar and activist. He has spoken extensively about the future of Buddhist Sangha in the world. In his writings and talks, he emphasizes the importance of interdependence and global cooperation among Buddhists, especially in the face of possible global challenges such as climate change and social inequality. The challenges faced by the Buddhist Sangha in the 21st century are diverse and complex. They require a concerted effort both from external and internal stakeholders to address and overcome them. We must focus on providing high-quality education and training to the monks and nuns, as well as address sectarianism, promoting unity within the community. Additionally, the Sangha must adapt to changing social trends and find new ways to connect both with the people seeking spiritual guidance and the community at large. By addressing the challenges head-on, Buddhist Sangha can remain relevant and provide valuable guidance to the people all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Metteyya Shakyaputta, for your beautiful presentation. Now, I would like to call the next presenter here, sitting at my right side, Venerable Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche, to present you Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche's background. I would like to read this. Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche is a teacher and spiritual leader of Karma Kagyu and Nyingma lineage of Tibetan Buddhism. He possesses a rare ability to present the ancient wisdom of Tibet in a fresh, engaging manner. His profound yet accessible teachings and playful sense of humor have endeared him to students around the world. Uniquely, Rinpoche's teachings weave together his own personal experiences with modern scientific research as they relate to the practice of meditation. He has authored several books, including 2 bestsellers, The Joy of Living, Unlocking the Secrets and Science of Happiness, which has been translated into over 20 languages, and In Love with the World, a monk's journey through the bardos of living and dying. Rinpoche oversees the Tergar meditation community and international network of meditation centers on 6 continents. He has initiated and guides health, hunger, hygiene, environmental, and women's empowerment projects in Himalayas. Now, I present Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche to our audience. Please, Rinpoche, now it's yours time.
Namo Buddhaya, friends in Sangha, and all the Dharma brothers and sisters. So today my talk title is Bridging the Gap. So the subject is about challenge. So what I see, the main challenge is the gap. Maybe I would like to share my story. So 1998, first time I went to USA, California. So in California, I was teaching about the loving kindness and compassion, karuna and metta. So the traditional example is, if you practice loving kindness and compassion, then all the virtue, good quality flourish as summer river. And I mentioned that. And in the audience, everybody looking at me, what? What are you talking about? And I didn't know. I said, why? Did I say something wrong? And they said, in California, in the summertime, river become dry and not much water. So, if you practice loving kindness, compassion, and all the virtues become like summer river, that means dry and nothing. I thought, oh, that's true. And I look around. So California at that time, everything is like yellow, dry, what they call golden city. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Then I thought, I need to change my examples. So I said, oh, everything flourish river in India during monsoon time. And they said, oh yeah, that's true. So I think we have a lot of gaps. The Buddha Dharma, what Buddha taught, the original teaching, the essence of Dharma is about awareness, love and compassion, wisdom. And that is timeless. It doesn't matter. It is really effect, really beneficial 2,600 years before, but also really relevant now in the 21st century. But as Buddha Dharma, the Buddhism, the birthplace is India. Buddha Dharma was established from India and then migrate in different countries and then adopt the different culture, mentality, so many different things. So I think we, as His Holiness Dalai Lama mentioned this morning, that the rites and the rituals are important, but the most important is wisdom and compassion, the core practice of Buddhism. So for example, for my personal life story, when I was young, I had panic attacks. And I learned meditation from my father. I have very good opportunity, just being born, I have good father and also meditation teacher. And normally what I call buy one, get one free. So very lucky. Nowadays, buy one, get one, or buy one, get three free is very, very important, right? So, and my father said, we don't need to, I really want to fight my panic. I really want to run away from my panic. I hate my panic. And my father said, don't try to fight with the panic. You have to make friends with the panic, and eventually you can use panic as support for your meditation, support for awareness, support for love and compassion, support for wisdom. So then later I went to a monastic, normal, what we call Sheda, is study about the Nalanda tradition. So sometimes there's a gap between what we call institute study and the retreat meditation, also another gap. So in the Sheda, we don't meditate much. In the 3-year retreat, we don't study much. So I went to Sheda. Then kind of I lost my meditation for a while. I don't know how to meditate what I learned. And I went back to my father and another great meditation teacher. I asked them, I learned this in Sheda. How can I apply this in my life with my panic? And they teach me simple teachings, which is I didn't understand in the Sheda, but I understand with the special, the teaching based on experiential style. Oh, I understand. I really get it. So that's really beneficial. Then I thought, oh, maybe I should go to practice more to do retreat. And I went to retreat. And the retreat is wonderful, but there's not so much study. We engage practice, and some of my friends don't know how to practice sometimes. So there's a lot of gap between the modern, now 21st century. Everything is so fast. We have artificial intelligence, and everybody has smartphone, right? So we don't have so much time to meditate. When I get free, I want to meditate, and suddenly we grab smartphone, and then just 5 minutes, and 5 minutes become 5 hours, and then in the end, you tire and sleep. So there's a lot of obstacle for meditation, samadhi, and a lot of obstacle for study to really go deeper into the meditation practices. And maybe you meditate on the cushion, but then we don't apply that in our everyday life, with our kleshas, with our everyday life. So sometimes what we call putting arrow in the target in the east and shooting arrow in the west. So maybe you're very learned, maybe you are meditating, good experience, but then come to everyday life, then it's a challenge when you are facing problem, obstacle, issues. So the problem about how to maintain the discipline. So all this samadhi, wisdom, and the discipline is the core principle of Buddha Dharma. So right now we have a lot of gaps. So how to bring this gap together? So my father said when I was young, to maintain Buddha Dharma in the world is like adopting new kidney. So those days, there's a very famous about, we can have kidney transplant. Many years before, it's impossible. So if you have new kidney, that kidney need to adopt the body, and the body need to adopt the kidney. So kidney can help the body, and body also can help the kidney, right? So now 21st century, the Buddha Dharma, I think we need to, as Venerable, many Venerable mentioned today and yesterday, and how we can modernize. Like His Holiness the Dalai Lama always said, 21st century Buddhist practitioner. So how we can do that? And there's challenge also. If we make Buddha Dharma secular, very service level, we may lose the depth and the wisdom and authentic tradition. But if we too much rigid on the traditional, then we cannot really communicate to the world. Buddha Dharma cannot help. The kidney, the body doesn't adopt kidney, and the kidney cannot adopt body, then kidney cannot help body, body cannot help the kidney. So Buddha Dharma cannot help other beings, and the world cannot get benefit from the Buddha Dharma, and Buddha Dharma also will diminish. So I think it's really important that Buddha always talk about according to mentality, personality, and the different level of the mind. Buddha's teaching need to maintain and continue to flourish according to that. So therefore, for example, I never went to school, normal school, not in kindergarten. Forget about the class 1, but I went to, of course, traditional study 9 years. Then I did 3-year retreat. So I thought, okay, I should learn English first, right? So I don't know ABC. I was teaching 1998. I don't know ABC much. And I tried to study ABC, and then I tried to pick up new languages. Try to speak English in front of public, and I use my broken English, and everybody laugh. It's quite good, funny. So now I'm trying to use my broken English to teach. And then also, as Buddha said, according to mentality, personality, and the level of the beings, how to present Dharma according to that is very important. So I try so many different things. So for example, when we learn breathing meditation, for example, breathing meditation. So actually, through the breathing meditation, we need to explore entire Buddha Dharma. For example, 4 Noble Truths. So what is the first Noble Truth? The truth of suffering. And how to practice truth of suffering, knowing the reality as they are. So when we practice breathing meditation, we need to practice breath, natural breath, normal breath, right? So we don't need to control breath. We don't have to do any breathing exercise. Deep, shallow, irregular, doesn't matter. Leave it as it is and just observe. So that is the practicing, the beginning of practicing the first Noble Truth, the knowing the reality as they are. Then at the same time, what is the cause? How many minutes? 2 minutes, yes. So causes of suffering, aversion, and the craving. So sometimes when we meditate, we think, don't think, I need quiet, concentration. But if you try to stop thinking, we think more. So I make like joke about, when you said, don't think about pizza, we think about pizza more. So let everything can come, but at the same time, not lost. Be with the breath is awareness. Let everything come and go, acceptance, learning love and compassion. And being the reality as it is, the beginning of wisdom. So through that, we can begin to free the causes of suffering, which is ignorance, aversion, and craving. And if we free from cause of suffering, we will achieve the, according to that, liberation. Slowly, slowly, freedom. So nirvana, not too far. And we need to maintain that awareness again, throughout the life. So become the path. So I think this is really important to bring very ancient practice, the essence of Dharma, now in the 21st century with the experiential level. Then I think we can really bridge the gap, good for all the monastic members, and also we can help the world, people outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, next, I would like to call Venerable Geshe Lodru Sangpo, Garden Changzi Monastery. And about Geshe Lodru Sangpo, I would like to read this presented to me. Geshe Lodru Sangpo was born at Senda village in the eastern part of Kham province in Tibet. He came to India in 1992 and got enrolled in Garden Jangze Monastery. After completing his monastic curriculum of Buddhist studies for nearly 20 years, he obtained Geshe Lharampa degree in 2018 after 6 years of board exams. Geshe-la also did 1 year of Buddhist tantric studies at Gewt Monastery in 2019. Besides Buddhist studies, Geshe-la had great exposure to science studies. He did 3 years of science education at Emory University and has taught monastics science since then. Currently, Geshe-la is a science teacher and coordinator at his monastery and supervisor of the Unit B Thukdam Research Project. Please, Geshe-la, now the podium is yours. I normally give around 12 minutes. Yeah, 12 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to express my deepest heartfelt gratitude, thanks to the IBC organizer and particularly to the moderator of the session, Khyentse Rinpoche, Chanju Chöden, for giving me this great opportunity. And It is always my pleasure and honor to be part of this large gathering. And my presentation, the topic of my presentation is the challenge and responsibility of the 21st century. And if we just look from the broader perspective, maybe we can say or regard the 21st century is the century of technology and internet. The rapid advancement of technology and science brings many advantages, but at the same time, it poses ethical and philosophical challenges. How we integrate such advancement into our human nature and potential will be an important challenge in the 21st century. The recent development of the technology and artificial intelligence has a potential implication that raise experts' concern. The circulation of the misinformation on the internet in particular can upset a balance of any society at any moment. Fake information and altered image and quotes can be quickly circulated and have the capacity to influence or falsely gain the trust of the viewer. So we are living in this kind of situation in this world. So in this kind of situation, choosing not to impulsively disseminate the information or news that could throw off the balance of the society seems to be the responsibility of every individual. And most importantly, at the same time, being mindful by staying alert and vigilant about who or what instigated the information and checking the authenticity of the source is of utmost importance. So let me just think about one example regarding to this issue. Something that is recent, something that is fresh, at the same time, something that is distressing. I'm referring to the recent viral video of His Holiness Dalai Lama, his interaction with Indian kid. And someone deliberately and purposefully edited the video and posted it on the social media, and it became viral. Because of that, His Holiness Dalai Lama was criticized with unthinkable levels. This is so scary to see His Holiness Dalai Lama being criticized in unthinkable levels, with unthinkable levels, because he is the source of positivity, positive energy, inspirations, and hope for the millions and millions of people. And it is scary because it clearly shows how the world can so easily be influenced and consumed by the negativity of manipulated and interpreted video clips, and how swift it can reach to the global level. It is even more scarier when mainstream media facilitates to cast a negative image someone like His Holiness Dalai Lama. His Holiness, someone who has done so much for the humanity, that his contributions are unparalleled. The media actually should not be blind, I would say, to see the difference between genuine care and harassment, and pure of love, affection, and lust. Even they actually should have seen the bigger picture of the event. Even if they have not been able to investigate the bigger picture of the event, they should have known His Holiness Dalai Lama well. Because his contribution and his legacy, all of these are enough testament to prove that His Holiness Dalai Lama is the embodiment of all the positive mental qualities and free of all the defilements and free of afflictive obscurations and stains. For His Holiness Dalai Lama himself, actually, it doesn't matter how and what angle anyone attempts to label him any kind of criticism, because he has transcended with all kinds of worldly perceptual labels. Such criticism or accusation will not able to affect him at all. I will say not even able to move a single strand of his hair. But as a Tibetan, to be honest, it is extremely saddening to see such criticism. Because for us as a Buddhist and as a Tibetan, he is not only a spiritual master, he is everything what we have. He is the only hope for the Tibetans. And he is the living Buddha. He is the manifestation of the Avalokiteshvara, the compassionate Buddha. But as it says, in the end, the truth and the positivity prevails and triumphs over the negativity and falsification. By seeing the pouring support from everywhere, every parts of the world, for His Holiness Dalai Lama and for the sentiments of the Tibetans, we are seeing now the positivity overriding the negativity, and that sort of support really gives us hope and relief and comfort. Therefore, by taking this opportunity, I want to, on behalf of a Tibetan, I want to convey my heartfelt thanks for those who have supported so much. And one message or one request. And in this morning, His Holiness Dalai Lama said that when there is an adversity, when there is a tragedy, if we know how to tackle it with spiritually, then we can make it opportunity to strengthen, to enhance our spirituality. So in alignment with his message, instead of holding grudge or anger, we sympathize them, because from the Buddhist perspective, just having a one single instant moment of anger toward a Bodhisattva, someone like His Holiness Dalai Lama, is said to be the strongest non-virtuous action one can ever commit it. And these sort of negative non-virtuous actions said to have the power to destroy all the virtues that has been accumulated aeons of aeons. Therefore, we truly sympathize those who have criticized His Holiness Dalai Lama, and at the same time, we request them to do some research and to know more about His Holiness Dalai Lama, his contribution, because if you do so, you will truly be benefited. Now, that is kind of, the impacts of technology and internet on the societal level. Now, I will just read through and I will just go through by reading my paper for the sake of the time. Now, I speak a little bit on the individual level, the negative impact that could, we face because of the technology and all these things. As a practitioner, having a gadget in hand at all time that can access a perpetual stream of news and the commotions of the world poses an obstruction to the gentle flow of our daily practice. In the worst case, too much divergence from spiritual toward the addictive screen time will ultimately lead to unwanted mental issues. Due to social networks, the world is facing a new challenge of mental issue. Attention deficiency among teenagers has drastically increased in recent decades. The mind being pulled constantly by distraction from the environment is not only detrimental to our mental health, but it also weakens our ability to serve for humanity. For youngsters, continued exposure to social media could shape their minds that influence their life's trajectory. As a result, the qualitative approach for cultivating positive mental values and the analytical approach for comprehensive understanding of the deeper meaning will be diminished. This means the preservation of our rich heritage that is valuable is at stake, at risk. Therefore, the impact of indulging in such activity is immeasurable. Now I want to talk about another point. By the grace of His Holiness Dalai Lama's continuous interaction with scientists, Buddhist psychology is captivating the interest of many great renowned scientists. At this critical point in time, do we have the same openness and courage of His Holiness to collaborate with the scientists? Since Buddhism is primarily structured by the underlying principles of rationality and empirical results, making Buddhism practice accessible to scientific investigation will only yield beneficial outcomes for humanity. Additionally, such a collaboration seems to be an effective way to eradicate the blind faith that serve as a powerful way for self-proclaimed masters to exploit many trusting devotees. Thus, bringing Buddhism spirituality out of the Buddhist context to be universally shared is not a matter of openness. It is a new responsibility that we must materialize for the benefit of the humanity. And another third point. Historically, Buddhist Sangha have been the custodian of Buddhism for protecting, preserving the rich heritage of classical Buddhist literature and their practice. By the grace of their dedication and strenuous work, we now have the privilege of studying the original and complete form of sacred scriptures. But by assessing the current situation at the monastery in Tibetan settlements, relying solely on the Sangha community for preserving this rich heritage may not be viable. In 2010, yes, just 1 minute. Yes, thank you. In 2018, the Chinese Communist Party has imposed tougher restriction and more surveillance at the Indo-Nepal border area. This has led to a sharp decrease in novice monks enrolling in the monastery. Therefore, the sustainability of the monastic system itself is becoming a big concern, and alternative approach for preserving and educating this valuable knowledge of the Buddhism scripture must be envisioned and developed. The ongoing exchange program between Pali-based and Sanskrit-based traditions indeed plant a seed that could benefit both traditions in the long run. Expanding the parameter of this program from an exchange platform to a source that can produce many youngsters who are well educated in both traditions will surely extend the qualitative longevity of both traditions. Historically, it was said that the sustainability of the Buddhism is solely dependent on a Sangha community, but this may not be true forever. His Holiness Dalai Lama has been encouraging Buddhist devotees to study Buddhism more in depth and to be the 21st century Buddhist, and someone who can thoroughly understand Buddhism rather than merely being Buddhist in faith and mind, in faith and mouth. In brief, the key point that I'm trying to convey through this narration is the important Sangha's role for implementing an effective strategy that is conducive for making Buddhism more accessible to the lay community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable Geshe Ludu Sangpula. Now I would like to call the next speaker, Venerable Ashin Sarana. To introduce Ashin Sarana to you, I would like to read this. When Ashin Sarana was born as a Jan Stovisek, I don't know I'm pronouncing it right or not. Sorry for that. In the city of Pilsen in Czech Republic on 24th of February 1987. Since the age of 5, he stayed alone with his father and grandmother. In 1998 to 2006, attended Catholic High School in Pilsen, passing the living school examination from subjects of Czech language, English history, philosophy, psychology, and religious studies. When he attended Catholic high school, he encountered Buddhism by reading about it in books and gradually converted to Theravada and decided to become a Buddhist monk in Sri Lanka. After 1 year of business English course in Pilsen, he left from Czech Republic to Sri Lanka on 14th of December 2007, where he became a novice Shramanera monk on 5th of May 2008, where the Venpema Siri gave him the Pali name Sarana, that is, who takes refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. In December 2021, he was admitted to Liberty University of US Virginia for a master's degree program of clinical mental health counseling. Since June 2022, he has been teaching Dhamma and meditation in Vietnam. June to December 2022 in Ho Chi Minh City. From January 2023 onward is in Hanoi. So now the stage is yours, Venerable Sarana.
Okay. So how do I operate it? So I move. Like
yes, screen in front.
Okay. Dear Venerable Sangha, distinguished guests, participants, dignitaries, scholars, monastics, and lay devotees who wish to preserve and promote the Buddha Sasana. Today I will be talking about a problem that was a huge problem about 100 years after the Buddha's demise. And it seems that since then it still has been a problem. I believe that this problem is one of the crucial reasons why the Buddha Dhamma is declining today. If we look at Buddha Dhamma about 100 years ago, it was flourishing. Monks in monasteries were most respected by lay people, and lay people had faith, and they followed monks. They went to monasteries every 2 weeks to follow 8 precepts. Today, it doesn't happen. So many monks were there in Myanmar and Sri Lanka and other countries. Today, a monk, previously one monastery would have 100, 200 monks. Today, one monk has 5 monasteries or 10 monasteries. The Sangha is reducing. And I believe that the number one reason is because the discipline is in the decline. Now, we can do something about that. Both monks and lay people can do something about that. The Buddha explained in 3 Kimila discourses that disrespecting the discipline is one of the reasons why the Buddha's dispensation will disappear. Moreover, it is well written and well known by monks that without the discipline, the sasana will disappear. And we see the proof. This is the evidence. Monks do not have discipline. Sasana is disappearing. When monks had discipline, sasana was firm. Always. So Vinaya rules are the lifespan of the Buddha's dispensation. These times, the monks who accept money teach their disciples also to accept money and cause various troubles to the monks who do not accept money and those who follow all Vinaya rules. So they decrease the lifespan of the Buddha's dispensation. In order that the lifespan of the Buddha's dispensation does not decrease, the monks who follow all Vinaya rules should admonish the monks who break the precepts. Monks who accept money do not like to listen to and take seriously monks who remind them not to accept money. When those who accept money are told not to accept them, they just search for excuses. Therefore, disrespecting the training, these monks who touch money, who accept money, are decreasing the lifespan of the Buddha's dispensation. These monks who hinder the truth so they achieve gain commit yet another offense. So when a monk admonishes when a monk who follows rules, if he admonishes another monk to follow rules, then the monk who does not follow rules, if he does not listen and change his ways, it's an additional offense. So not only that the monk who touches money is breaking a rule, but when a monk who does not break the rule and admonishes the monk who breaks the rule, then the monk who breaks the rule, if he does not change his ways, it's an additional offense for not listening, for not following the admonishment. Moreover, if the monk who breaks the rules, if he thinks that he can admonish another monk who does not break the rule and who hinders breaking the rules, then admonishing another monk who hinders breaking rules is another offense. So there we have another verse. Okay, so that's actually what I've just said. Then we have another verse which says that Yava tittanti suttanta vinayo yava dippati tava dakkanti alokang. It's a verse from Anguttara Nikaya commentary. Learned monks like to use this verse. Sure, if we have it. We will have that later. So many monks think that as soon as they are learned, they can preserve the sasana. They believe that if they are well educated, then the sasana will stay. But that's wrong. The monks who want to preserve the sasana must be educated and follow rules. If they are educated and do not follow rules, they destroy the sasana. If they follow the rules and they are not educated, it doesn't matter, they still preserve the sasana. It is necessary to follow the rules. So just learning the Buddha's discourses is not enough to protect the Buddha's dispensation. The monks who study the scriptures must also follow all of the Vinaya rules. Again, yava tittanti suttanta vinayo yava dippati tava dakkanti alokam. Yava tittanti suttanta, until the discourses are there available. Vinayo yava dippati, until the discipline is shining. Until then, it is possible to see the light. So, now the verse that you see in the presentation explains that there are 5 donations that are bad. It is bad to be generous with the bad thing. You cannot be generous with everything. If you give alcohol, or if you give sexual pleasures, provide sexual pleasures, or if you provide pornographic pictures, that is actually a bad deed. It is not a good deed of donation. It's a bad deed. So this list does not include a donation that would make a monk break a rule. There is an opinion that if we help another person do a bad deed, then the help to do a bad deed itself, the help itself, is a bad deed. According to the Dutiya Parajika and Tatiya Parajika subchapters of Vinaya Pitaka's Parajika Pali, a monk could even fall into a major offense, Parajika, if he helps another monk to steal or to kill. So helping itself is a problem. The fact that you do not do it yourself doesn't much matter. If you help another person to do it, is a problem. So if you help a monk to break a rule, you did something wrong. See this. Yocha akappiyassa paribhogena silavante sudeti natassa punyang pavadhatiti so chetang danang akusalena deti. It is a bad deed to give monks money. If you give monks money, you commit akusala. It's a demerit. It's a bad deed. Lay people should never ever give money to monks. So, According to Madhyama Nikaya's Dakkhina Vibhanga Sutta, donating to someone of broken virtue will bring about 1,000-fold benefit. But the 1,000-fold benefit, and we'll see it later here. Oh, I don't know how to use PowerPoint. Okay, well, that's what we get. So, the 1,000-fold benefit mentioned in the Buddha's discourse is coming only for those who donate in order to discourage the other person from a misdeed. So you cannot say, well, if I give money to a monk, at least I get 1,000 times benefit, right? Because he is bad monk, he breaks the rules, so at least I get 1,000 times benefit. No, you don't. You get a bad deed. Why? Because you support the monk in doing bad thing. You get 1,000 times fold benefit if you support the monk in not doing the bad thing. Donating money to monks is not only giving them a ticket to hell, but also blocking them from birth as a human, as a god, deity, or even the attainment of nibbana. If monks intentionally break a rule until they purify themselves from it, they are in danger of being born in a world of suffering upon their death, and moreover, they cannot achieve enlightenment. So that we see right here. If a monk, you see, intentionally transgresses any of the 7 classes of rules, that means any rule at all, even the tiniest rule, the monk cannot be born as a human or as a god. Well, then what remains? Well, remains to become a Brahma, probably not a Brahma. So what remains? The monk can be born in hell as an animal or as a ghost. Monks who touch money, according to our scriptures, will be born in hell as animals or as ghosts. It's there. What can I do with that? So what do the lay people, when they give money to monks, what do they expect? They support the monks in being born as an animal, as a ghost, or in a hell. That's not the real support. If a monk, however, who accepts money, abandons money forever, discards all things that were bought by a monk's money, because if a monk buys things, then those things also break the rules. It's also a huge problem. So if the monk discards the money, discards everything that was bought by a monk's money, confesses to purify the offense, then the monk can strive to achieve enlightenment, liberation from all birth, old age, illness, and death. In such a case, donating to this monk will not only bring 1,000 times benefit, but an innumerable benefit. All right, so now this is the situation. Now let's see if there is something practical. What shall we do with this? A monk who now has any money should abandon them all today itself. Well, if you die today, then even today is late, right? So a monk who touches money, a monk who has money must abandon them right now if possible. It is not in accordance with the Buddha's teachings to give that money to a layperson. So now maybe some of the monks, maybe they think, oh, I touch money or I have money. You cannot give them to a layperson. You cannot say, my neighbor, I'll give you my money. Here you have that. No, you cannot do that. Monks actually cannot give the money to a layperson. The monk should gather the community of monks in the monastery and abandon all the money in the midst of the monks in accordance with the Buddha's description, with the Buddha's instruction in the Rupya Sikkhapada of Vinaya Pitaka's Parajika Pali. Now, it is not correct to abandon the money to a layperson and suppose that it is not possible to gather the community of monks. So, if you cannot, now suppose the monk who has money should throw away all the money outside the monastery. After throwing them away, he should not take them back, obviously. He also should not tell anyone where did he throw the money away. So, suppose that you're a monk, you want to get rid of money, do not give them to a layperson. Go out of the monastery, well, you would have to go out of the hotel, out of this hotel Ashok, and just throw them somewhere without looking where the money falls and return back. That's the way to do it. But ideally, you would gather the Sangha and you would place the money in the midst of the Sangha, as is explained here, but we won't have time to read all of that. This is actually the Buddha's instruction. You see, it's a little bit complicated. Then the monk refuses the money in the midst of the Sangha, and then the Sangha will appoint a monk who will take the money and throw the money away. Yes, I'm aware of the time. So when lay people have entrusted money to an assistant and request the monk to ask the assistant for whatever the lay people intend to donate, the monk can then tell the assistant whenever it is suitable. So it doesn't mean that if you have just money, you cannot do anything. If a monk has an assistant, you can entrust the money with the assistant, saying, I am entrusting the money with an assistant. You are not giving the money to the assistant. The assistant does not own the money. It is the donor's money throughout the time until the monk gets what he needs. When the monk gets what he needs, then it becomes the donation. So this is a problem. You actually did not do any merit of donation until the monk gets his robe or food or place to stay or medicine. Throughout the time the assistant has money, it is still your money. And if the assistant runs away with the money, then the monk actually must inform the donor must inform you that the assistant ran away with the money, because the money is not the monk's money. It is your money, the donor's money, not the assistant's money. Okay, now suppose that the monk does not have an assistant, what shall you do? Well, then the donor needs to ask the monk, Venerable Sir, usually monks have a phone, so the donor can ask, Venerable Sir, give me a phone number of someone who you know. So the monk will give the phone number of someone, of a layperson, to the donor, and then the donor can send the money to the friend or to the layperson of the monk. So then the donor must tell, oh, Venerable Sir, if you need anything, ask your layperson. So the donor gives money not to the monk, but the donor will call the phone number of the monk's layperson, send the money to the layperson, and ask the money, Venerable Sir, if you need anything, ask your layperson. And this can be done even on alms round. If you see a monk on alms round, tell him, Venerable Sir, give me a phone number of someone who you know, a layperson who you know, and then the donor can resolve the problem. So suppose that a monk does not have a phone. Well then what the monk shall say, monks do not accept money. If monks accept money, they will not live in accordance with the Buddha's decision. If monks do not live in accordance with the Buddha's decision, the monks will be born in worlds of suffering, and the lay people who supported monks in breaking the rules of discipline will collect demerit. Therefore, donor, support monks in following their rules of discipline. All right, so can I say one last point? One last point is regarding bank cards. There are various ways how you call bank cards. Some people call them credit cards, some people call them ATM cards, but hopefully all of you understand that all of that is included. So some monks wonder whether it is suitable to use bank cards to directly purchase whatever they want. The bank card is not money on its own, and in the bank there are lay people who just take care of the entrusted money. So couldn't the bank workers be the assistants? Well, then the monk could just go around with a bank card, right? So if so, some monks may wonder if they could consider the workers in the bank as their assistant. And so through the bank card, they could inform their assistant in the bank about what they need. But monks must not own a bank card. And monks must not accept a bank card. Why? Because if a monk owns a bank card and the bank account is owned by the monk, the workers in the bank as well as the seller will think that the money is owned by the monk, and monks are not allowed to own money. So then that's all wrong. Also, when a monk buys items directly with a bank card, he indicates the amount of money that he needs for the item. The monk is not allowed to tell the amount of money to the supporter, to the assistant. when he wants something. So the monk cannot say, "Oh, dear sir, I want a robe, it costs $10. No, that cannot be. A monk tells to the assistant, "Dear assistant, I need a robe." That's all what he can say. So monks must not tell their kapya how much the needed item costs, so that kapyas either use the money of the donors, or if the kapya already has the item and wants to donate it, the kapya can donate it directly to the monk. Also, when a monk uses a bank card, the seller expects that the monk is the owner of the bank account. If a monk then happens to consider the money paid by the bank card to the seller as his, well, then the monk transgresses the rule, because again, the monk thought that the money is his. Even if the bank card is owned by the lay people and just lent to the monk, we should be careful. When the bank card is owned by the lay people and the monk uses the bank card, he would have to inform his donors every time he uses the bank card about his needs. If the monk goes to a developing country where bank cards are not available, he will not be able to understand why he can't use money here if he could use the money there by the bank card. Now here he doesn't have bank card, there he had. Why can't he use money here? So to avoid confusion and excuses of monks who are weak in faith, to avoid making a monk shameless whenever a little problem arises, it is necessary that monks never have, accept, or use any bank cards or any access to a bank for any purpose under any circumstances. So this was a very little brief summary of what I have written in this book. I have actually written this book in Burmese. I myself wrote this book in Burmese. Then, in the name of this conference, I made this English translation. This book is free to take. I think it will be available. If you cannot find it, either here in this hall or in the next hall, then just come to me and I will provide you with this book. We have a lot of them. This book explains in detail basically what I've just said, and many, many more questions are answered in this book. Thank you very much. May you be happy.
Thank you, Venerable Asin Sarana. So now we have all the presentations done, and this floor is open for the questions. I'm sure many of you have a lot of questions moving around, and you are most welcome to come up with your questions. And I would like to request you to introduce yourself before asking the question. And when you ask the question, please note, we are open to ask the question. Please, we are not expecting any lectures. So take note of that. And when you ask questions, be brief and to the point. Okay? So this is my request, sincere request to all of you. Please don't feel offended. Okay? So the floor is open for the questions. We have wonderful presentations on this topic of contemporary challenges that the Buddhist monastics are facing in this 21st century. As you have seen, like Venerable, all of our presenters have presented different varieties of challenges that we are facing. So you're most welcome to come up with your questions. I do hope that our presenters will definitely kind of, enlighten on kind of answer your queries if you have any kind of specific queries. Okay, thank you. Please carry on.
Okay, I have a question for not specifically any of you, so anybody can answer, please. So my question is, how we modernize Buddhism and without losing the authenticity, and many youngsters not into Buddhism, even the regionally Buddhist countries, even their youngsters not interested in Buddhism. So how we solve that problem?
So would you like to, any one of you like to respond to that question? So he's asking,
what does it mean to modernize Buddhism? What does he expect is the modern Buddhism?
so the question is, what do you mean by modernized Buddhism? The concept itself is not clear when you use the term modernized Buddhism.
Is it too old-fashioned? Then people don't understand, not interest. You have to be update level of the, so that if it's updated, then it's modernized. But the challenge is losing authenticity. Without losing authenticity, how we modernize, how we make youngsters interested, because the old young people losing. You know, like I'm talking about the traditional Buddhist countries, their youngsters losing interest. What is wrong with what is the problem, and how we solve that problem? That's what I'm saying.
So, would you like to respond? Anyone? Would you just respond?
I am probably the youngest in Vasa, so I will wait for your response.
I think for my opinion, as I mentioned in my speech, we need to go to the core essence of Buddha's teaching. Of course, Buddha teaching go to many different regions, and there's a culture involvement, and there's a varieties of the local kind of like rituals, ideas, feeling different together with the Buddha Dharma. So the culture, when we go to the essence of culture, essence of Buddha Dharma, some culture we need to preserve, some culture no need. Maybe some culture is 800 years old, may not be relevant now. So now I think what we need to do is the essence of Buddha Dharma, like awareness, love and compassion, and wisdom, we need to keep that. But then how we can maintain this to the modern world, we need to fill the gaps, like study and meditate. So the normally what we call view, meditation, application. So the view is we study, but if we didn't bring into the meditation, it will not bring into experiential level. So bring into the experiential level, we need to practice meditation. And not only that, then we need to apply in everyday life, especially with the clashes, with emotion. So, and then we need to bring that into, according to what Buddha said, the mentality, personality, different levels of being at this moment. For example, my example of summer river, it doesn't work in California. So we need to have the relevant, very simple, easy, fun, go right to the heart to benefit, transform clashes and emotion. And I think this is really beneficial for the 21st century.
We have another response from.
Just to add to Rinpoche's words, and I think, Venerable, as you are wiser and older than us, you understand the question better than us, I believe. But to add to a few things, I think to adapt to the future, Sangha needs to look back in the old times also. Proper Buddhist education system is very vital to ensure that the lineages are transmitted to next generation properly. What proper Buddhist education system means is a question for dialogue, discussion. the way we see in the current world, the Buddhist education system is adapting to the modern academia. So we have next generation of Buddhist monks, nuns all over the world who are studying bachelor's, master's, and PhD in proper academic institution. But those are actually training in textual analysis, modern scholastic tools. They lack a rigorous training in meditative art. I strongly believe that we can look at the older institutions, right from Nalanda days, to also later day, how they were integrated in Tibet, for example. When the great Tsongkhapa, when he started the monastic institution, the focus was on understanding the core Buddhist ideas very deeply as you can. And then under the guidance of right teachers, you go into meditative practice. So I think this way, Buddhist education system has a 1500-year history. So the challenge for us is how to evolve a proper monastic or Buddhist education system for future that trains the new generation of Sangha, which also includes monks, future nuns, lay devotees as well. This would be number one. And there's number two, I believe very strongly, the reason Buddhism is relevant is because of the meditative art. You see, to be able to be our own therapists, to be able to have a dialogue with our own inner heart, to clear our kleshas, to purify our mind, Buddha gave us the unparalleled art. And that is the reason why Buddhism is relevant. I believe the next generation, Venerable, AI technologies, they are leaping forward so quickly. Even today, if we ask ChatGPT to give us advice, it can give better advice than us monks and nuns because of the language issues. What makes the Dharma more interesting, what makes a practitioner who may not know the language at all, is their training in the meditative art. So I believe that training and ensuring that future generations have access to proper sadhanas, to really bring them to the forefront, that'll be another thing. And the third term in modernization, I believe that is the right time to bring this dialogue, is that the Sangha, Buddha saw it as a common, safe home for everyone, people of all caste, class, and orientation. So the challenge for us is how do we open the old Sangha, old mostly patriarchal Sangha, to make it a home for also nuns, bhikshunis? How do we allow them same level of education, training, and support to grow? And in future, very important, I believe, is also we have lay secular teachers arising all over the world. How do we ensure that they have the access to the proper training and teaching that has been guided and carried on, preserved in various lineages? So these would be a couple of few things to think about, but I believe that Venerable Sangha here has more wisdom on this than us.
Now, the Geshe-la will respond.
For me, the term modernization, when we say we need to modernize the Buddhism, it doesn't mean upgrading what we have, upgrading the contents that what we have in our scriptures, in our Buddhism textbooks. It does not mean compromising something. I think His Holiness Dalai Lama usually divides Buddhism in three categories. Buddhism, Buddhist science, and Buddhism itself, Buddhist religion, and the Buddhist philosophy. So Buddhist science basically refers to inner science. And we do have tremendous and enriched methods for transforming our mental issues. And so in that sense, the modernization of the Buddhism, I think it refers to making these tools and techniques of mind training to the mainstreams of the scientific community and make it accessible to the larger people so that they can also enjoy and study Buddhism and can benefit by knowing and studying and by practicing these things. So the question is, how can we make it accessible to the larger people? Not only kept Buddhist scriptures in the monastic community, not only in the Sangha community, but also making it accessible to the lay community. And His Holiness Dalai Lama actually initiated and gathered some Buddhist scholars to extract the relevance information of the Buddhist science and Buddhist philosophy and published 7 volumes of books. And it has few of these volumes already translated, and many of them are still being translated in different language. And I think we as a Buddhist Sangha, as a Buddhist monk, have a huge responsibility to make this Buddhist accessible and easily understandable for the lay people, so that Buddhism can sustain for a longer period of time. Because Buddhist Sangha community, for the long run, it does not seem to be sustaining forever.
All right. So, modernize. We can see already in the history of other larger religions that modernization has always been based on revolutionizing. So revolution means basically you are going back, you revolve back into the past, and you bring up the past. Be it the Greek ideas in the Middle Ages, or Christianity later in the Middle Ages, or many other ideas, and Hinduism these days. So in order to modernize Buddhism, we actually need to revolutionize. Revolutionize means we need to go back to the Buddha's time. Now we see that in Buddhist countries, the Buddhist faith is based on faith, devotion, and that is outdated. It is outdated because today the youth want answers. They want to understand. They don't want to be just devoted or believe. So in the Buddhist countries, we can see that gradually the devotees are reduced, gradually the faith is reduced, because people learn that intellect is more important than faith. And if we look at the Buddha's time, we see that again and again and again. Buddha is again and again approached and asked questions which are severely critical. I cannot imagine most devotees today in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, to ever dare to come to a monk and ask the same questions which the Buddha was asked. The same questions. But the lay people will not dare to ask them out of the devotion. And therefore, it is no more like in the Buddha's time. It needs to be like in the Buddha's time. So the youth needs to be allowed and encouraged to come and ask the kind of questions that the Buddha was asked. So now the first point, monks need to be different from lay people. As soon as monks are like lay people, that means if they accept money, then the youth has no reason to ask monks. What do the monks know? See, even the lay people sometimes are bald. Even the lay people sometimes wear red clothes. Even the lay people sometimes don't have sex. So what's special about the monks who touch money? Not much. So only when the monk doesn't touch money, he's special. And that's when the young people are so much interested in the monks. Well, I don't touch money, and I know that young people are extremely interested in me. I have hundreds and hundreds of youth students. And I'm pretty sure that it's because of my virtue, because I do not touch money. Okay, so first, monks need to be special. If they're not special, nobody cares. Number 2, monks need to know answers. Monks need to be able to answer the youth's questions. If youth say, well, Nibbana is nothing, I'm afraid of going to Nibbana. Monk needs to know how to answer. If the monk doesn't know how to answer, that's useless. Number 3, I myself would like to suggest, that is my own suggestions, but that probably would be for another global summit. My suggestion is that monks actually need to learn modern scientific knowledge. They need to learn psychology, they need to learn anatomy. The Buddha taught psychology, the Buddha taught anatomy. We have described details in Atthakatha Tika about psychology and anatomy, which the Buddha probably never said. They are probably copied from Hindu scriptures, or they're just the new development of the monks' thinking and realizing and experience and so on and on. So monks need to study psychology, monks need to study anatomy, maybe a little bit of physics would not matter so much. And if monks, I mean subatomic physics, of course, so if monks study science, then again, they're interesting to the youth, because the youth will see, aha, so these monks, they don't think that the earth is flat. I know personally a monk in Myanmar who thinks that the earth is flat. And he has a degree, he has a Burmese degree in Buddhist scriptures. He thinks that the world is flat. Now, if a Buddhist monk tells to lay people that the earth is flat, how much do you think the lay people will listen? Probably not much. So the monks need to have excellent knowledge of modern science. They do not need to say that the science is right. There's no need to do that. But they need to understand it deeply. For that, there are universities, there are online universities which are available. Monks can study very easily. They can get the knowledge. So these three things, just to wrap up. First, monks need to be special by following all Vinaya rules. 2, monks need to know very clearly, very well how to answer basic questions about Dhamma. And 3, monks need to be updated on the modern scientific knowledge of the mind and the body. Thank you.
Okay, now I think we ran out of time. Sorry for all of you. Sorry to all of you for, I need to wrap it up. We have wonderful presentations, and I do deeply praise and appreciate the views presented on this stage by our exceptional scholars. And of course, it is very, very important and valuable to practice Vinaya. Without the Vinaya practice, there is no monastic community. The Vinaya is the foundation of the entire Buddhist world. So we need to know that. With knowing that, we should have more and more people coming forward to adhere to, the minute details of the Vinaya. We need to have those kind of things, but I'm quite sure that not all of us are going to change in a night's time. There are some kind of practical issues, that there are some kind of cultural issues, and so there are a lot of things, but I think things take time to change. And that is the reality, and we have to understand it. And at the same time, we have a great presentation about the modernization of the Buddha Dhamma. Modernization of the Buddha Dhamma doesn't mean that we are going to change the Buddha's teachings, but how to adopt some kind of modern changes or modern developments to promote the Buddha Dhamma. There, I think we can do a lot of modernization. At the same time, I think we are we are not in the same era like our ancestors. The generations of my teacher's teacher and teacher's teacher, they were in an era where I think they have to deal with a lot of illiterate people. Now, the general public is highly educated. So we are living in that kind of era. I think we need to be more competent as a promoter of the Dhamma, as a person who is looking forward to bring this message to the world. So we need to improve ourselves. So that is a part of the modernization. And then adaptation, adopting of the technology, and then those kind of things are another part of it. So we have I think all of us have some kind of a general understanding of what we talk about when we talk about the modernization of the Buddha Dhamma, and we do agree with Venerable's presentation. So its general understanding is like that. So with this note, I'm going to conclude this session. So thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you everyone for engaging in a very compelling Q&A session. There will now be 30 minutes tea break, and I request you all to assemble back after 30 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy your tea. Request every participant to be seated. We shall begin the fourth and the last session of the technical session. Please be seated. Okay. SG SG. session I would like everybody, the audience and the speakers, to reassemble in this room. There is a short announcement to make. If anybody has headsets, we request you to submit it after the session to the console. 15 headsets are missing, so we request anyone who has headsets after the session, please submit it at the console. Welcome back, everyone, to the last technical session. For the topic of the session will be His Holiness the Dalai Lama, his contribution towards global peace and continuity. For that, I would like to welcome as a moderator for the session, the Secretary General of IBC, Very Venerable Dhammapiya. And I would like to request the speakers also to take their places on the stage. Most Venerable Dr. Waskadue Mahinda Wansa Mahanayaka Thero, the Chief Abbot of Waskadue Royal Relic Temple, Sri Lanka. Please, let's give our speakers a round of applause, please. Venerable Keshe Nicholas Firland, former abbot of Rato Dasang Monastery and executive member of IBC Karnataka, India. Venerable Mukan Batar Batchulung, in charge of international affairs, Kanden Tekchenling Monastery, Mongolia. Venerable Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia, the head of Department of Nyingma Philosophy, Sikkim, Bhutan, Sikkim Government, Institute of Higher Studies. Please welcome them with a round of applause. I think the last speaker is not in this room. Venerable Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia, please take your place on the dais. So he will be joining shortly. Now I would like to request very venerable Secretary General to offer the speakers khada. Thank you very much, Dr. Dharmapiya. Now I would like to briefly introduce our moderator, Venerable Dr. Dharmapiya. He is the Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation. He is also the founder of Dharma Deepa Foundation, Secretary General of Northeast India Buddhist Sangha Council, and the founder, chairman of Bahujan Hitaya Education Trust in Tripura. He is also running a charitable residential school named Dharma Deepa Senior Secondary School, along with monastic education institution named Dharma Deepa International Buddhist Academy, where over 150 monks are given monastic education, meditation training, and dharma courses. Venerable Dhammapiya has also actively been into several national and international seminars, conferences, workshops, and symposiums in India and abroad since 1994. Now I would humbly request Venerable Dhammapiya to introduce the speakers of this session. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I think most of the delegates or Sangha members are outside the hall, either enjoying tea or they are somewhere. This is a very important session. The last session of these 2 days deliberation, the Sangha session. I would therefore request the organizers, the volunteers, please go out and see if the Sangha members are around this place. Ask them to come to this hall. As we all know, the crisis, internal and external, that had been discussed in the earlier session. And in this session, which is very relevant, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, his contribution towards global peace and continuity. We need the participation of all the Sangha members present in this Global Buddhist Summit to discuss very important points. We have with us Most Venerable Dr. Waskadue Mahinda Vansa Mahanayaka Thero, Chief Abbot of Waskadue Royal Relic Temple from Sri Lanka. He is here. Welcome, Venerable. It is already given there in the Global Buddhist Summit 2023, the program schedule, everything here. You can read their background and introduction. The Venerable is from Sri Lanka, very actively working to protect and preserve the most precious, original relics of the Buddha. The relic was excavated at Piparawa in India, and somehow it reached Sri Lanka, and Venerable had been protecting it from the time he has received it from his earlier generation, the monks. We have with us the second speaker, Venerable Geshe Nicholas Vreeland, former abbot of Rato Dratsang Monastery and executive member of International Buddhist Confederation. Venerable Nicholas Vreeland is the former abbot of Rato Dratsang in India. He is also director of the Tibet Center in New York City. He is a Buddhist monk and holds a Geshe degree. Born in Geneva, Switzerland, to American parents, Venerable Vreeland was educated in Europe, North Africa, and the United States,
and pursued a career in photography before becoming a monk and joining Rato Dasang in March of 1985. I see we have one photographer, venerable monk with us. Right. So this is very important. The monks need to know different skills, different ways of connecting with the people so that whatever is appropriate, that can be utilized to propagate or send across the message of the Buddha. It's very good. Welcome you, Venerable. We have with us the third speaker, Venerable Mung Bhatar Bachulam. If correct, I don't know whether my pronunciation is correct. In charge of international affairs, Ganden Tekcheling Monastery, Mongolia. Venerable Pachulam is in charge of international relations of Ganden Tekchenling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhist. He studied Buddhist philosophy in India at Seraje Monastery, Monastic University for advanced Buddhist studies and practices between 1998 to 2002 and 2003 to 2004. In 2006, Venerable had served His Holiness Dalai Lama as his English interpreter in 2006. He translated the handbook Religion, Environment, Development by the Alliance of Religions and Conservation. He was Joint Secretary, the Organizing Committee for the Samvad Hindu-Buddhist Global Initiative, which was initiated by His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and organized in September 2019 in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. He is the author of Buddhist Meditation and Psychology, forwarded by Dr. B. Alan Wallace in the Mongolian language in 2020. Welcome, Venerable. We have a fourth speaker, Venerable Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia, head of the Department of Nyingma Philosophy, Government of Sikkim, Institute of Higher Nyingma Studies, Sikkim, India. Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia was born to Sri Wangel Bhutia and Srimati Pema Choden Bhutia of Peling, West Sikkim, India. He completed his primary education from Denjong Padma Chueling Academy and enrolled at Sangchen Pema Yangtze Monastery as a novice monk. He also completed his higher Buddhist studies from Sikkim Institute of Higher Nyingma Studies, Sheda, Panthang, in the year 2015 as a topper of the institute with Acharya degree in Buddhist philosophy. He pursued his double MA in the Department of Bhutia School of Languages and Literature from Sikkim University, and in 2019, he was conferred with a gold medal by the Honorable President of India for being the top scorer from the 7 different departments of the university. He was also awarded with the PhD title from Vishwa Bharati University, Shantiniketan, Kolkata, West Bengal. He is currently serving as an assistant professor at the Sheda Panthang in Sikkim. Most welcome, Venerable.
Yeah, the time for each speaker supposed to be around 15 minutes, isn't it? 15 minutes. Yeah. As it is the last session, I do not know whether
20 minutes per speaker.
Okay. As it is last session, I do not know whether we have the liberty to extend for better understanding of the topic. The topic, as I have told the team, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, his contribution towards global peace and continuity. It has two aspects. What His Holiness the Dalai Lama had done during his lifetime towards world peace. One aspect. The second aspect is the continuity of the mission of His Holiness Dalai Lama for promotion of world peace. The promotion of world peace by His Holiness Dalai Lama can be continued only if His Holiness the Dalai Lama comes back. His Holiness the Dalai Lama can continue with all his mission in this life. But world has to go on, and we need peace in the world. This is the important aspect of this last session. May I now request Most Venerable Dr. Vaskadeve Mahindavansa Mahathero, the Chief Abbot of Vaskadeve Royal Relic Temple, Sri Lanka, please. Yeah, you can go this side or that side and present your paper, please. Expect a big round of applause for Venerable. Thank you.
Most Venerable Mahasangha, our brothers and sisters, other distinguished, I think this is last session. Time is level, limited time. So my topic is about His Holiness Dalai Lama represents the noble, indomitable spirit of Buddhism towards world peace. I consider the last few decades and the several decades ahead as very significant in the annals of the 2.5 millennia history of Buddhism, because Buddhist revival and deeper recognition of its lofty teachings among world nations, political and spiritual leaders and people of different beliefs have gained an unprecedented momentum in this particular era. Even though renowned Buddhist monks, Buddhist scholars, devotees, and even princes and emperors had constantly played their significant role on Buddhist revival and its global expansion. The era I am referring to has to be considered more significant because the government of India, headed by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, a basically Hindu leader, together with leaders of several Buddhist countries of the South Asian region, His Holiness Dalai Lama, and many international Buddhist organizations have resolutely committed themselves towards the noble cause and continue their role on internationalizing the Buddhist concept of peace, peace in the mind of people and peace in the world, brotherhood, compassion, and loving kindness to fellow humans and all living beings, ahimsa, or non-violence, democracy, and a war-free world. My topic is to focus on the role that His Holiness Dalai Lama, the greatest contemporary Buddhist spiritual leader, has played during the past 6 decades and still tirelessly continue to play his role towards that noble cause with internationally recognized and historically recorded achievements to his credit. It is in recognition of his immense contributions towards world peace. In terms of the noble Buddhist concepts, that he was bestowed the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989. He has survived over 6 decades in exile, although he has been betrayed of this traditional and official position as the spiritual and temporal leader of the Tibetan Buddhist population under the tyrannical military invasion of China. But in spite of his unending worries and concerns for his motherland and his people, he remains calm and benign, serene, and blissful at every event and every occasion, demonstrating the true spirit of the Buddha nature. He has been described as one of the most joyful people in the world. Nearly every time you see him, he is laughing, or at least smiling, and he makes everyone else around him feel like smiling. His followers and Buddhist devotees crowd up in there, thousands wherever he goes, and they have admitted that even after spending only a few minutes in his presence, they feel happier. His book, The Art of Happiness, published by him together with the other Nobel laureate Archbishop Desmond Tutu, was an instant success and is read by millions of people throughout the world. He has published many other books basically on happiness, peace, and joy in terms of Buddhist concepts. So, the era in focus in relation to Buddhism is more significant than the past because the method of fast tracking and internationalizing the lofty Buddhist concept and reaching out to all people, irrespective of their religious belief and nationality, is because of the availability of the electronic, social, and print media which the Dalai Lama takes proper advantage of. He has also focused on restoration of independence and democracy to his motherland, but as the world has observed, he focused more on taking to every corner of the world and teachings of Buddha. Today he is one world capital holding talks with its national and religious leader, and tomorrow he is in another part of the world attending a religious function and meeting people's representatives. He speaks very often in international forums on the importance of democratic governance, people's rights and freedom. His contribution towards internationalizing Buddhist teaching and global peace is immeasurable, and consecutively for a number of days during the inauguration of the 5 years International Bhikkhu Exchange Program launched in Bodh Gaya, he answered questions of media personnel and gave media interviews. And there were hundreds of thousands of his followers, including very affluent people from the West crowding up at Bodh Gaya to hear him. In every act, he is providing over and again that he is an incarnation of a noble soul who came into this world for revival of the Buddha's supreme goals of establishing peace, harmony, and brotherhood in the world. When an invitation was extended to him by the Sri Lankan Mahasangha at Bodh Gaya to visit Sri Lanka, China made every hue and cry, including diplomatic maneuverings in Colombo, to describe him as a separatist, and prevents his visit to Sri Lanka. But still he remained calm and serene, demonstrating an true Buddhist spirit. In his speech, after being honored with the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989, in clear demonstration of his indomitable commitment towards democracy and world peace, he said, "I accept the prize with profound gratitude on behalf of the oppressed everywhere and for all those who struggle for freedom and work for world peace. I expect it on behalf of the 6 million Tibetan people, my brave countrymen and women inside Tibet who have suffered and continue to suffer so much. They confront a calculated and systemic strategy aimed at the destruction of their national and cultural identities. The prize reaffirms our conviction that with truth, courage, and determination as our weapons, Tibet will be liberated. No matter what part of the world we come from, we are all basically the same human beings. We all seek happiness and try to avoid suffering. We have the same basic human needs and concern. All of us human beings want freedom and the right to determine our own destiny as individuals and as peoples. That is human nature. The great changes that are taking place everywhere in the world, from Eastern Europe to Africa, are a clear indication of this. The Dalai Lama, amidst his unceasing activities towards promoting the noble Buddhist teachings as for global peace and a war-free world, also focused from the inception on the many threats posed by global warming, especially many parts of the world transforming into arid deserts and billion people of Mother Earth getting deprived of drinking water and has vehemently reiterated in virtually all international forums, including in the UN, on the need for prompt and effective action towards arresting this destructive trend. He has reiterated even as recently as last month on the planet Earth's downward trend towards no green but all rock and sand in an interview to a popular international news magazine. He has, over the years, repeatedly insisted on the UN and other international environmental organizations, governments, and government leaders to take tangible and meaningful steps to stop the world becoming gradually disasters all over. The sea level rising and people starving to elimination. Some of his efforts of those have had salutary results, but more concentrated efforts by world leaders are immediate need, and he is steadfastly working on it. Let us hope that under the Buddha's divine guidance, his efforts bear fruits before long. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, is a very rare gift to Buddhism and also to the modern world. I wish to concede my speech by wishing him many more years of healthy life and every success in his endeavor to get towards global peace and human happiness. Lastly, I must say thanks for our Dr. Dhammappiya, Secretary General, and Deputy Secretaries and IBC. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Most Venerable Dr. Vaskadove Mahendavansa Mahathero, please. And now may I request the second speaker, Venerable Geshe Nicholas Brillanji, please.
Most venerable members of the Buddhist Sangha, eminent scholars and delegates from around the world, Venerable Dr. Dhammappiya, members and organizers of the International Buddhist Confederation, brothers and sisters. It is a profound honor to have been invited to address this august gathering. We have come together here out of concern for the state of our human society and for the world, the environment in which we live. We have reached the point in the history of humanity where our actual survival, our very existence, is at stake. We are facing major challenges: violence, war, climate change, all of which have come about due to our actions. It is therefore our responsibility to work to solve these man-made problems. I wish to acknowledge the responsibility that we have all assumed by coming together here for this global Buddhist summit of the International Buddhist Confederation to discuss a philosophical and practical response to our contemporary challenges. Our presence here today demonstrates our personal commitment to addressing these challenges. Each of us gathered here has come to contribute his or her efforts towards addressing the existential problems that our planet and its inhabitants are facing. I've been asked to speak specifically about the contributions towards world peace and continuity that have been made by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Though this is an overwhelming task, I wish to address what I consider to be His Holiness's essential contribution, one that has most inspired me along my own spiritual journey. And that is His Holiness's emphasis on our own individual responsibility to work on ourselves, to develop our concern for others, and to diminish our self-cherishing tendencies. We need to cultivate a universal responsibility for one another and for the planet we share, based on a good heart and awareness, His Holiness says, emphasizing that it is our own individual actions that are the real key to human survival. This simple message that His Holiness repeats throughout the world and so inspiringly applies to his own behavior is indeed the key to how we must respond to contemporary challenges. It is only if each of us works on ourselves at controlling our selfish instincts and broadening our feelings of care, of concern, of love, and compassion towards others that we can begin to bring real change to the world. His Holiness has spent his life imparting this message, and this morning he so eloquently emphasized the importance of each of us developing our insight into the nature of reality, dependent origination, and of developing our compassion, determination to attain enlightenment, bodhicitta. He emphasized that this was his practice and encouraged us to practice accordingly. His Holiness has even created a curriculum for teaching young people, whether adherents of a particular religion or not, methods by which they can develop greater awareness of the world around them and the ability to address any tendency to act in a self-serving way at the expense of others, rather than in a manner of service. His Holiness instigated the creation of the secular ethics curriculum, Sea Learning. He funded it and continued to support and prod the endeavor along, cultivating enthusiasm for the pilot projects that have been instituted in various places, such as the Delhi school system, in schools throughout this country and around the world. This secular ethics training cultivates in an individual the tendency to act out of concern for the greater community in a manner that is based on basic human principles of love and compassion towards others. These are not necessarily Buddhist principles as opposed to Hindu or Christian or Muslim ones. They are human principles, universal principles, and most importantly, they are principles that we have to adopt and implement ourselves individually in order to bring about change in our society and our environment. It is we as individuals who have the power as well as the duty to tackle the situations we're facing today. We are each responsible for bringing about the improvements that are so essential to our survival. These improvements are brought about by changes in the way we individually behave towards one another and towards the planet we inhabit together. As His Holiness reminds us, our taking or acting selfishly at the smallest level contributes to the problems society faces, while our giving or acting selflessly contributes to the good, to the happiness experienced by ourselves, our families, and our communities. It is we as individuals who contribute to the greater happiness or suffering of humanity by the way we behave towards others and towards our planet Earth. I'm profoundly grateful to His Holiness the Dalai Lama for so clearly and forcefully reminding me of this, of my own responsibility to work on myself for the good of all humankind. This is not a selfish endeavor. On the contrary, this is the greatest contribution that I and each one of us here, as Buddhists or not, can make to the world. I request your prayers for the health and long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Venerable Nicholas Vreeland. Now we have third speaker with us. May I request Venerable Monkavatar Bachulam from Mongolia, please.
So you have the flash, right? I gave my flash. Okay. Good afternoon, most respected Mahasangha community, distinguished delegates, renowned researchers, brothers and sisters in the Dharma. Please kindly allow me to express my deepest salutation to you all. I am going to speak on a particular topic. So it is all about His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama's earlier and later visits to Mongolia. Literally, communism to democracy. Before starting my presentation, I would like to recite this stanza. It is from the prayers for the long life, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso. In the land surrounded by fens of snow mountains, you are the source of all goodness and happiness. Tenzin Gyatso, Lord Chenresik, may you live until the cycle of existence comes to an end. So, before I'm going to talk about the early and later visits, I would like to start how the sacred connection and the noble Dharma started for Mongolians with the Dalai Lamas. The third Dalai Lama, Sonam Gyatso, 1543 to 1588, visited Mongolia at the invitation of Altan Han of Tumit in the year 1578, who granted him the title Dalai Lama. Technically, it is translated as ocean tutor or ocean teacher. Literally, but it's translated as the ocean of wisdom, for his extraordinary knowledge, exceptional contribution to spreading the noble Dharma in the country. The sacred connection reaffirmed afterwards. The fourth Dalai Lama, Yonten Gyatso, 1589-1617, who was born as a Mongolian boy in Mongolia, reaffirmed the previous sacred connection with predictions from the state oracles and auspicious signs of his birth. The abbot of Gaden Monastery recognized him as the reincarnation of the third Dalai Lama, who passed away in Mongolia. The sacred connection intensified with the first Jetsun Tampa Hotokto of Mongolia. The fifth Dalai Lama, Nawang Lobsang Gyatso, 1617-1682, recognized the son of Tushet Han Komtorch from the golden lineage of Chinggis Khan as the reincarnation of Jetsun Dharanata, or the first Jetsun Tamba Hotokto, and granted him the Sanskrit name Jana Vajra. The first Jetsun Tamba Hotokto became a disciple of the fifth Dalai Lama and studied under his guidance for some time. Later, he spent nearly 60 years for spreading the Gelugpa tradition among the Mongols. The legacy of their sacred connections was maintained over the next centuries by their successors. So here we have the portrait of the fifth Dalai Lama and first Jetsun Tamba Hotokto of Mongolia. The 13th Dalai Lama lived in Mongolia. Can we believe he lived in Mongolia for some time? The 13th Dalai Lama, Thupten Gyatso, 1867-1933, became the second Dalai Lama to visit Mongolia from Tibet. According to historical sources, he lived in Mongolia from 1905 to 1906. His visit and stay at that critical time were not simply a coincidence, but an expression of the ancient sacred connection of the Mongols with the Dalai Lamas. So we have the portrait of the 13th Dalai Lama here, very nice portrait. Now, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's early and later visit to Mongolia, communism to democracy. This is my main topic. So His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, visited Mongolia 9 times in total. 9 times. His first 2 visits in 1979 and 1982, exceptionally unique, we call, as they were made when Mongolia was formerly known as the Mongolian People's Republic or communist country. He was invited and regarded as a peace messenger in that closed society, attending the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, which was initially founded in 1969 by the following 5 countries: Mongolia, or the then Mongolian People's Republic, and the Republic of India, Russia, or the then Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, or the then Ceylon, and Nepal. First visit. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama was propagating the regional and global peace endangered by the competition between the 2 world systems, political systems, communism and capitalism. It is the time of the Cold War for the time being. During his visit to Mongolia in 1979 for the 5th General Assembly of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, which was one of the strongest peace voices in the world for maintaining the balance between the 2 systems, like a peace bridge. It is the only, later on, it became the only UN registered international Buddhist movement for peace. So here we can see that His Holiness is as one of the speakers. And from the very beginning, His Holiness tremendously supported this peace conference. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama is with, as you see, with some most eminent founder members of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. For example, on the first photo, Most Venerable Pandita Hamp Lama Kombai of Buryat, the USSR. Most Venerable Ham Lama Komche of Samar, the MPR, on the right side. On the second photo, on the right side, Most Venerable Ham Lama Komche of Samar, the MPR, left. Most Venerable Arahat Kushok Pakule Rinpoche from India. The second visit, His Holiness is in the group photo session together with the international Buddhist leaders, participants, and the interfaith representatives during the 6th General Assembly of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace in 1982. Especially here, I emphasize the interfaith representatives. Although this peace movement was a Buddhist movement, it was collaborating with interfaith representatives for peace in the region, in the globe, on a larger scale. Here, His Eminence Khomchov Samar, the President of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, the abbot of Kandan Dikshila Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists, conferred the highest medal of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace upon His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, for his contribution to propagating peace. Now we have a very interesting photo. So His Holiness was invited to several places to get introduced to the daily life of the Mongolians, which, at that time, it was still a communist country. For example, it is from the first visit, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama was introduced to kindergarten. That time, this communist or socialist ideology was being planted in innocent minds or in these kids' brain. The uniqueness of these two visits, His Holiness visited 2 times during the communist time to Mongolia. So what was the uniqueness of his visits, early visits? His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama delivered teachings on Je Tsongkhapa's Guru Yoga, the 9 lines of Mikzema, the 4 lines of Mikzema, and later public mani recitation, and the oral transmission of mantras of the 3 Buddha families in 1979. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama delivered detailed teaching on the refined gold or lamarim, also bestowed Yamantaka initiation and Bigze empowerment in 1982. That time, Buddhist monks were still regarded as state enemies. But interestingly, these Dharma talks, Dharma teachings were allowed by the Mongolian communist, government. Now the importance of these visits. These visits significantly contributed to healing the traumatic mental wound or trauma caused by the communist purge that happened just 3 decades before. According to statistics, minimum over 20,000 highly educated monks were brutally executed in Mongolia. And so many were jailed, imprisoned, and banished to abroad for a long term. These visits gave a hope to monks and lay devotees that the long forbidden Buddhist tradition could be revived in the future. That time, our monastery was the only active monastery functioning under strict supervision from the government, with a limited number of monks, mostly senior monks. These visits at that time gave Buddhism a new look, an ideal means to contribute to the regional and global peace through its teachings rooted in compassion and wisdom. These visits gave Kandan Duslam Monastery, the Central Mongolian Buddhists, the rarest opportunity for the time being to send a few monks in abroad or to Dharamsala for their further studies on Buddhism under the auspice of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. This visit significantly inspired many thousands of people to rethink and restore their faith in the three Jews who regarded themselves as atheists due to the communist propaganda that was used over many decades. These visits tangibly helped to soften the strict policy of the communist regime towards Buddhism. These are the importance of His Holiness' visit to Mongolia during the communist time. The collapse of communism and the establishment of democracy in 1990. In 1991, a totally new atmosphere and environment awaited His Holiness for Thin Dalai Lama's third visit. For the first time, without any supervision from the government, His Holiness delivered his public teachings attended by enormous gathering, including monks and lay devotees. As a consequence of this visit, a firm foundation was laid for young Mongolian monks to take studies on advanced Buddhist studies and practice at various monastic institutes such as Seraje, Trebung, Komang Tatsang, Kyoto Tatsang, Gyuma Tatsang, and Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, and so forth. The fourth visit was in 1994. It was mainly for public teachings and some empowerments and initiations. And fifth visit was in 1995. Particularly, the Kalachakra initiation for world peace was bestowed in Mongolia at our monastery. The sixth visit in 2002, public teachings. The seventh visit in 2006, particularly he composed the monastic rules or codes for Mongolian monasteries, temples, and also bestowed the Gilang ordination upon 52 monks, Mongolian monks. The eighth visit in 2011, public teachings. The ninth visit in 2016, particularly His Holiness officially announced that the Yangtze of the ninth Bokjab Sindamba Hotukto has swiftly reincarnated in Mongolia. So we can see that, you can see that, there's an official press conference conducted by His Holiness the Dalai Lama during his teachings, during his visit to Mongolia. His Holiness is greeting the audience outdoor at Kandan Duslam Monastery, the Central Mongolian Buddhists, on the left. His Holiness is delivering teachings indoor to over 12,000 people on the right. They both took place in 2016. You can see, on the left, the photo, His Holiness is wearing a double zin, we call a zin. So it means, Mongolian climate was very cold by that time. It was November in 2016. Then now we can see that his incompatible great compassion. His Holiness is walking into the sports complex for giving his teachings to over 12,000 people, but in the minus 42-degree weather in November 2016. Minus 42 means, it's extremely cold weather, extremely, but his compassion is immeasurable. Just with his ordinary, monk's robes, he was working outside from his car to the sports complex. You can see, when people, breathe. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's heartily support for reactivating the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. In 2018, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama received the President, the former Secretary General in New Delhi, and expressed the most supportive words on the importance of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace and its reactivation in today's world. Because of his, as I remember, His Holiness mentioned that because of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, I was able to travel far to Mongolia. Since then, I was, very busy traveling to other countries and continents. Now, this is a continuity, legacy. The inaugural ceremony of the 11th General Assembly of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace in 2019. Now, I wrote, 3 presidents are addressing at the inaugural ceremony who were there. First, His Eminence Hamnamohan Gabcho Chojims Dembril as the President of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. Second, His Excellency Batulak, the President of Mongolia. The third, Her Excellency Inga Ronda King, the President of ECOSOC, Economic Social Council of the United Nations. She, on purpose, she visited Mongolia to attend reactivated Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. And through this 11th General Assembly, we successfully amended the constitution, old constitution, and redesigned its structure. In conclusion, through his later visits, His Holiness wholeheartedly assisted in restoring the long-interrupted Gelupa tradition in Mongolia in its full pattern. Hence, we firmly see that His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama is absolutely inseparable from the contemporary Buddhist history of Mongolia, like the previous sacred connection developed by the previous Dalai Lamas and our ancestors. Second, under the auspice of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, there are over 500 Mongolian monks taking advanced Buddhist studies in practice today at the above-mentioned monastic institutes and others as well. Currently, year to year, a number of graduated Larambas, Ngagrambas, Geshis are increasing, who are dedicating their activities to the complete revival of Buddhism in different corners across the country, Mongolia. Also, as a patron, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's guidance and blessings, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's guidance blessings brought tremendous success to the reactivation of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. Finally, although he is known as the Dalai Lama to everyone, for us Mongolians, His Holiness is the Buddha for his enlightened mind, the Avalokiteshvara for his great compassion, the root guru for his utmost kind guidance, the Mahatma Gandhi for his immeasurable tolerance. May His Holiness place his lotus feet firm to continuously turn the Dharma wheel for the benefit of the Sasana and session beings. Thank you very much. My biggest thanks go to the organizers, particularly the General Secretary, Dharmapir, Most Venerable Dharmapir, and his team, who made this conference, Global Buddhist Conference, successful today. Thank you for the hard-working efforts.
Thank you so much, Venerable, for your informative presentation on Dalai Lama. We could see from 3rd Dalai Lama to 14th Dalai Lama how the Dalai Lama institution had been connected with Mongolia. Thank you so much. Now may I request our 4th and last speaker, Venerable Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutiaji, please give your presentation. Yeah.
Kangi Denjin Delorajum, Gogba member, K member, Chetba member, Tog member, Honga member, Dro member, Tade Tenmin, Denjigmin, Treba Nirshi Shidemba, Zobe Sange, Marnamge, Tamba, and Denla Kyuchan. In the words of the Dalai Lama, I quote, "Peace does not mean an absence of conflicts. Differences will always be there. Peace means solving these differences through peaceful means, through dialogue, education, knowledge, and through human ways." I unquote. Toshidelek, Kuzuzangbo, and a very warm and hearty good afternoon to one and all present here today. Most respected moderator, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, Your Eminent Rinpoches, Venerable Mahasanghas, respected dignitaries, and my dear brothers and sisters. Beyond everything, I would like to thank Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, for giving such a wonderful opportunity. And indeed, we are all so fortunate to have got such a beautiful platform. Thank you so much once again. It is my great pleasure to brief the August gathering. On the session, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, his contribution towards global peace and continuity. To begin with, as Shantadeva said in both his Sattva-charya Avatara, there is nothing here that is not been said before, and I lack any skills in the art of composition. Therefore, I do not expect this to be of use to others, but write it only as an exercise for my mind. In this context, I will be speaking on the topic, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's path to selflessness. As everyone is well aware that amidst the widespread discontent of social disparity within Hindu religion, a new ideology arose between the late 6th century and the early 4th century BCE. This period is often referred to as the period of great social change and intense religious activity. Founded by one Siddhartha, a Hindu prince by birth, he, by the age of 29, had renounced his wealthy family life in search of the answer for human suffering. Having finally gained the state of awakening, after 6 years of perseverance, he began teaching. Siddhartha had thus become Buddha, and his teachings came to be known as Buddhism. There are tremendous and unthinkable teachings of Buddha. In numbers, if I may say, 84,000 of teachings, but in concise is presented with this stanza: not to commit a single unwholesome deeds, to accumulate merits, and completely tame your mind is the teaching of Buddha, as said in the Sutra of Pratimoksha, or individual liberation. The main reason for the rapid rise of Buddhism is attributed to its concept of oneness, compassion, and universal ethics. These form the backbone of human actions, governing his karmic deeds and eventual representation of his afterlife. The 20th and 21st century is a period reminiscent of human suffering and global catastrophes. The two world wars accounted to deaths of millions and rendered millions homeless. The atom bomb caused unimaginable devastation, not only to humankind, but also to living beings and environment. Mankind have been witnessing never-ending aggression and brutality in the name of development, global expansion, and terrorism, leaving the world and its inhabitant on the brink of its extinction. It is therefore the most challenging aspect for global religious and intellectuals' mind to heal the world of hatred and create space and environment to inculcate love, peace, and harmony. One of the leading personalities trying to make differences is His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama Gyawa Tenzin Gyatso. The world stood witness to the Chinese malevolence and invasion during the mid-20th century. Tibet, a secular and peaceful country, was annexed under the force of Chinese military brutality. The Dalai Lama, then merely 23 years old, had to leave his country and live in exile ever since. However, it is the nature of his matured insight to the Chinese aggression and approach to the freedom that changed the outlook of the world leaders. The Afghan, Syrian, Iraqi, and many more conflicts around the world are living examples of the consequences and aftermath. Every conflict has witnessed involvement of power blocks which oppose the peace to reach a climax never imagined. These nations are today labeled as totally failed states. All that is left of the ravaged nation is poverty, death, and internal conflicts. The fate of Tibet could have easily followed the same path as a customized approach in those circumstances. Yet, Tibet has saved itself from such fate even at a cost of restricted human rights and freedom. The Dalai Lama's adoption of non-violent approach saved the country from its physical devastation and the deaths of its civilians. The Tibetan culture and its values are prevalent stronger than ever, with a vibrant, modern, and educated masses. An independent Tibet in the future would be a nation built on the foundation of tolerance, empathy, compassion, and patience, a virtue of a strong and vibrant global power. The Dalai Lama's position as the head of the Tibetan form of Buddhism came under tremendous pressure aftermath the annexation. It was a challenge to recover and assimilate the religion right from its very foundation in a new country. Further, conceptualizing the enormous task of bringing different sects of Tibetan Buddhism, including Buddhism religion, under one roof in exile was even more difficult proposition. Yet, through His Holiness's holistic approach and farsightedness, Tibetan Buddhism has flourished beyond the level envisioned. All the four sects of Buddhism, along with Buddhism religion, by the virtue of liberal atmosphere to grow, played a vital role in these under the guidance of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama's approach and respect for other religion has also been a major factor in developing religious tolerance. He has propagated the message of oneness towards all sentient beings through different forms of religion's message of love and compassion. He has always abstained from criticizing any form of religion and participates in global religious meets. His Holiness also maintains very close personal contacts and relation with all major religious heads. He wholeheartedly supports and echoes their effort for maintaining global peace and harmony. The Nobel Peace Prize accorded to him is the testimony of the global appreciation and the acknowledgement for his efforts and noble intention. As we may see this, His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, receiving the award on 10th December 1989 in Norway. His Holiness's message and compassion has been revelation and a breath of fresh air in the present era of competition and non-attachment. Upon being interviewed, why he reserves compassion for the Chinese who forcefully occupied his country, and how could he live in peace? He replied, I quote, "It is only through dialogue with Chinese and birth of compassion in their heart. The freedom of Tibet is possible without bloodbath." Laughingly he said, I quote, "Chinese have taken everything from me, so why would I sacrifice my sleep for them as well?" I unquote. His practical thinking, combined with the message of tolerance, peace, harmony, compassion, and empathy, is the medicine in the world, and the world leaders must release to acquire. Buddhism and its virtues have reached every corner of the globe through the continuous efforts of compassionate and learned teachers under the guidance of His Holiness, the great 14th Dalai Lama. He has succeeded in changing the mindset of the people. Today, more and more populations are drawn towards its philosophy of promoting peace, harmony, and tolerance. Religion being the glue binding faith and outlook has an important role to play. Parallel global activities of all religions in promoting peace and brotherhood to envisage a safe and peaceful world should be the agenda in today's volatile environment. Mistakes and aggression committed must be settled peacefully. Deliberation on all levels must be made to ensure its success. In the present world full of nuclear power, the power of compassion, peace, and harmony must be harvested. As we can see, Ashoka, one of the greatest emperors of ancient India, after Kalinga War, embraced peace. He was pioneer in spreading compassion across the globe, under the influence and impact of Shakyamuni Buddha. The world has, over the course of time, changed for the worse. The need and emergence of numerous compassionate leaders like Ashoka has grown. Even so more, the world requires many Buddha for guidance. His Holiness, the great 14th Dalai Lama, through his activity, is undoubtedly one of the living Buddha of our modern era, working tirelessly to help realize a world conducive for all sentient beings to live in peace and harmony. I, as a meager sentient being who envisioned the dream to live in a society free of hatred and intolerance, cannot be thankful enough to the efforts put in by His Holiness, the great 14th Dalai Lama, trying to sow the seed of compassion and oneness. Last, yet most importantly, may the Dalai Lama's message and teachings benefit the entire sentient beings of this cyclic existence and may be bestowed with long life for accomplishing his goals, for achieving universal peace backed by bodhicitta mind. I would like to conclude my small talk, whatever I have seen with my fragile eyes, with a prayer. Kangrirawe Korwe Shingamso, Pendandewa, Malu Jungwe, Shabes, Tenzingyaso, Shabes, Kangrirawe Korwe Shingamso, Pendandewa, Malu Jungwe, Tenzingyaso, Chenesewa, Tenzingyaso, Shabes, Pardo, Tengurchi, Lamaku, Samara Sawad, Chokdo, Kuserinla Sawad, Chinle Tarshin, Gebra Sawad, Lamadan, Jelwa Membra Chingi Labdoso. Pelden Lame, number Tarbala, Kejik Samian, Lokda Migation, Chizele, Pratonwe Migugi, Lame Chinlap, Samla Jubrashu, Kewa Kondo, Yanda Lamana, Jelme Chugi Pella, Longiji, Sadang Lamgi, Yondan Rabzone, Palden Lame, Kumpang Yondu Show, Tembajik, Kamsu Chambana, Temba Neve, Shindo Sawada, Tenzen Pono, Shindo Temba, Temba Yuring Nebe, Tashi Show. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for your big round of applause. We all know, more or less, about the contribution of His Holiness Dalai Lama, especially the 14th Dalai Lama, to build world peace and also to promote Buddhism, Buddha's teaching internationally. Whatever the four venerables have spoken today, just to summarize, you all have heard the contribution of His Holiness Dalai Lama had been immense in fostering a sense of responsibility starting from an individual, a person, individual responsibility to work on one's own mind and behavior, which affects the world, society, and then how, as the practitioners of Buddha Dharma, we either promote or we create issues or challenges where we have seen in many cases His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama had contributed positively, whether it is in Mongolia, for example, a venerable from Mongolia has cited the examples how the only Buddhist organization or the movement by name ABCP, that is Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, has been established under the guidance of His Holiness Dalai Lama, where Mongolia was on its way of transition from communism to, as we can say, a state of Buddhism or democracy, yeah. And in the world also, when we see and listen to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, most often we hear from His Holiness about compassion. Compassion, which is a very, very important aspect of Buddha's teaching. And also logic, reasoning, rationality. It is not only to follow by blind faith, but apply one's own reason and logic, whether to accept or not to accept whatever is being taught by the Buddha. Here, when we talk about Buddha Dharma, Buddhism internationally, definitely it is the 14th Dalai Lama who made Buddha Dharma known internationally, worldwide, by his own profound wisdom and compassion that we all know. Now here the point is the continuity. We have seen from 3rd Dalai Lama to 4th Dalai Lama, then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, then 13th, now we have 14th. After 14, what is next? As per tradition of Dalai Lama institution, I do not know. It has to continue, I understand. Dalai Lama is seen the embodiment of boundless compassion and profound wisdom and knowledge. Just today, we had a special lunch meeting with His Holiness, with the top Sangha members who have come for this event, and we had very close discussion, where we had a prayer for good health and long life of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. After that, there was very cordial and friendly interaction with His Holiness. A few things have been discussed. And in that discussion, His Holiness had brought out the reminiscence of his childhood days. How did he study, his assistants, supporters, how they supported in educating himself, His Holiness. And in the course of discussion, we have requested His Holiness, as the embodiment of boundless compassion and the profound wisdom and knowledge, to come back again and again for the benefit and welfare of the sentient beings. To this question, His Holiness has responded saying, yeah, it is his responsibility to help and work for the peace and happiness of all living beings. So long as the sentient beings are there in the world, in the universe, His Holiness will come back again and again to serve the world. That's what he has said. Now, we have enough time. The floor is open for question. The question should be only question, of course. It should be focused and specific. If there is any, please. Any question? Yeah, I have been told not more than 2 questions. Yeah. Microphone? Yeah,
Namaste. So my question is for all the monks on the dais. If you like, you can answer. Because we always heard about the achievement of Dalai Lama, and he is loved by millions of Buddhists all over the world. But I want to know about his difficulties, his obstacles, that what he has to overcome to get his attainment. Because I rarely read or heard about this, so I would like to hear something special about how he has struggled to become a perfect person like that. Can you mention any one of his difficulties or obstacles that you have known? Thank you.
I'm not clear about the question. I cannot hear properly.
I asked about
any other microphone, because I cannot hear clearly.
Can you change the microphone?
What is the question?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yeah, straight question. Yeah.
Yes, I only asked about his difficulties, obstacles. Any difficulty or
difficulties, obstacles of
Dalai Lama.
Dalai Lama for what?
So that because in order to become a perfect person, we have to overcome many things.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So you are asking a question, the difficulties, obstacles His Holiness Dalai Lama might have faced to elevate himself to the level of perfection. I am not Dalai Lama, so I cannot answer. So you better go and meet His Holiness Dalai Lama. I think he can answer directly to you. Thank you. Right. Any other? One more question only. Yeah. Last question.
May I pay respect to Mahasangha and all people in the hall? And Venerable Secretary and also moderator for this session, please. The question is, practically, how much hope and how soon Indian as a nation, or Indian Sangha as a body of Triple Gem could and would started fully fledged Buddhist Sangha University run by Indian Sangha and train the Indian Sangha, and how soon it could happen, and how soon the world at large, including me, if you can count, to offer some little hope, a little assistance into that project, because we are waiting for that for too long. For the last 20 years, I had been just keep traveling to this country and keep raising the question. I don't know when it could happen. Thank you very much for your answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Venerable Thikwamba from Australia, for your concern. From day one, I came to know him. He has been emphasizing to work to strengthen Indian Sangha. According to him, Indian Sangha need to be empowered and strengthened. Then only Buddha Dharma in India can be promoted. Because who will come otherwise to India to promote Buddhism in India? Only pilgrims will come for pilgrimage from Vietnam, Thailand, South Korea, Mongolia, some other places for a short time. But those who are from India, we stay here all the time. We have to work for the protection, promotion, and propagation of Buddha Dharma in India. So he has been emphasizing on this point. We do have Indian Sangha, All India Bhikkhu Sangha, and now we have Indian Himalayan Council of Nalanda Buddhist tradition. But here in this platform, I take this freedom and opportunity to appreciate the model of Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha. We need something like that. In Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, you find there the Mahayana, you find there the Theravada, you find there the Mendicant, even now Vajrayana, Buddhist monks and nuns working together under the same umbrella, same Sangha called Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, right? Harmoniously and in in harmony and in unity. So in India, we do have Buddhist traditions. The traditional Buddhists, we come from Northeast, Assam, Tripura, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, coming from the parampara we call. Fathers, mothers, the generations they have been Buddhists, so we are like traditional Buddhists. Some of them call like that. And we have the Himalayan Buddhists, those who live in the Himalayan range in India, starting from Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Darjeeling, Uttarakhand, then Kashmir, Leh, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, this side. So we have Himalayan Buddhist. And we also have some people call New Buddhists or the followers of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar or Ambedkarite Buddhists. So 3 categories of Buddhists we see clearly in India. So I understand, like Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha, we need to have something like this, right? So All India Buddhist Bhikkhu Sangha, I think, so mostly Theravada monks, probably, right? And this Indian National Council of Nalanda Buddhist tradition, it's by the Nalanda Buddhist masters or the Vajrayana or whatever you call that. So if Vietnam Buddhist Sangha is to be taken as a model, which I really appreciate, I think we have to work on this. And to your question, how this Buddhist educational institution or university can be developed and supported, I think you all should come forward to support the Buddhist monasteries, educational institutions in India to train, educate Buddhist monks and nuns, even the lay people, Buddhist youth. They need education, they need training, they need empowerment in terms of education, in terms of other skills, so that they can protect and promote Buddha Dharma in India. That's what I would like to say. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, all the speakers and all the audience. It has been a profound privilege to host this last 2 afternoons. I feel extremely honored. Before concluding, I would like to make some announcement. There will be a short break till 5 p.m. and I request everybody to reassemble for the valedictory session at 5 p.m. and also request all the speakers and the moderators to be present at the valedictory session. And also, I would like to remind to those who have the headset for translation, please submit it back to the console. To conclude, I would like to recite a prayer from the Guide of the Bodhisattva Way of Life as composed by Shantideva. May the Dhamma, that is the sole medicine for the suffering of the world and the source of all prosperity and joy, remain long time, accompanied by riches and honor. Joey Dungal, Menjibo, Dewa Tamche, Chuene, Temba, Yedan Kordeta, Chede Yering Nejuruchi, Trashidele, Pawatu Sarva Mangalam.
Please, everybody to kindly assemble here. The Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji is already here. He would be amidst us in a few moments from now. आप सबसे गुजारिश कृपया इस प्रांगण के अंदर अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. We will start the valedictory function in a short while from now. Thank you.
Can I please request everybody to please settle down? Thank you.
The arrival of Honorable Minister of State Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal. Today's Global Buddhist Summit comes to an end with the main theme, responses to contemporary challenges from philosophy to praxis. As we all saw, the summit focused on finding solutions to modern-day challenges using the teachings and principles of Lord Buddha. And with the main objective of the congregation was to explore ways of disseminating and internalizing universal values of Buddhism. We shall shortly be starting with the valedictory function. It has been... Hello, there is some change in the setting of this mic, it seems. Excuse me. Hello, check. Hello, check. Can we get back to the original setting? Hello, check. Hello, check.
Sir, we haven't changed anything. हमने कुछ change नहीं किया है.
Right side is okay. The left one, if you can have a look at it. There must have been other speakers, so must have been some adjustment to their voice. Hello, check. Hello, check. Thank you.
Check my test. Hello, check. Holly. Check one. Hello, check. Holly, check. ठीक है. Hello, my test. Hello, check.
I'll do that. Yeah. I have. This. May I request Most Venerable Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losling Monastery to please, you would be requested to come occupy the stage. I would also be requesting Dr. Damind Purge, Deputy Secretary General. You would also be occupying the stage, sir. And then Venerable Jangshuk Choiden.
You will not be able to make it. Only SG and DSG हटता है, मतलब जंगचुक चौधरी और धमा पिया हटते हैं. ठीक है, 5 लोग.
5 ही लगाया मैंने सर। नहीं नहीं नहीं, उसको पता है वो नहीं है, ही इज सेंसिबल। बस ये है।
He will do the welcome address. Or they can go that side also. The other speakers would be utilizing that podium. So kindly keep it up for the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries also. I hope that mic is on, or thank you, thank you. Good show. You go that side. Yeah. Not this. Okay. No. It's too long. Yeah. That's fine. Wait for the name. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. kindly settle down. Our chief guest for the evening would be amidst us very shortly. Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Government of India, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji has just arrived to grace the valedictory function of two-day Historical Global Buddhist Summit 2023. May I request Sri Abhijit Haldar, Director General IBC, to kindly get our chief guest onto the dais, please. We extend a warm welcome to Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Government of India, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, on the valedictory function of two-day Historical Global Buddhist Summit 2023. It's a great honor to have you amidst us, sir. We also welcome His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losling Monastery, Dr. Damind Porge, Deputy Secretary General, IBC. We are also deeply honored to have Mrs. Amita Prasad Sarabhai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, and Sri Abhijit Haldar, Director General, IBC, on the dais. May I request Dr. Damind Porge, Deputy Secretary General, for the welcome address, please.
Good evening to you all. His Eminence Ling Rinpoche on the dais and Sri Amita Prasad Sarbhani, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal, and Sri Abhijit Haldar on the dais. Your Holinesses, Your Eminence, most venerable sirs, distinguished dignitaries, and Dhamma brothers and sisters. It is with great pleasure at this moment, in the conclusion of this historic first Global Buddhist Summit hosted by India, the International Buddhist Confederation, the Ministry of Culture. So, we have come to the end of very productive 2 days. And in this beautiful evening, where the Grand Masters, Buddhist leaders, venerable sirs from all over the world gathered in New Delhi, I would like to read out the declaration of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. The focus of the Global Buddhist Summit was on modes of disseminating and internalizing universal values and to find ways to work together to address the burning challenges both within and globally, and offer a sustainable model for future of the world. There has been general agreement that the basic fundamental which can provide inspiration and guidance in the light of Buddha's message of peace, well-being, harmony, and compassion for universal peace need to be highlighted and work upon as follows. Number 1, aim. In the present world scenario, the human race has been in great need to be free from conflict, ill feeling, greed, selfishness, and uncertainty of life. We are in the dire need of peace and harmony, both in our personal life and at the global level. The texts, doctrines, and philosophy of Buddha Dhamma are best guide for interfaith dialogue, harmony, and universal peace. Number 2, peace. We recognize that peace is the foundation for human happiness and well-being, and that conflicts and violence are a significant threat to peace. We call upon all nations, organizations, and individuals to work towards creating a world free from conflict, violence, and war. Number 3, environment sustainability. We recognize that environmental degradation is one of the most pressing challenges facing humanity today. We affirm our commitment to protect the environment and promote sustainable development. We urge governments and individuals to take action to reduce carbon emissions, protect biodiversity, and preserve natural resources for future generations. Number 4, well-being. We acknowledge that true happiness arises from inner peace and contentment. We encourage individuals to cultivate mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom, which are essential for promoting happiness and well-being. Number 5, Buddhist pilgrimage as living heritage. We recognize the significance of Buddhist pilgrimage as a living heritage that promotes spiritual growth, cultural understanding, and social harmony. We call upon governments to preserve and protect the sacred sites of Buddhism and promote their accessibility to people of all backgrounds. Number 6, recommendations. There is a crucial need for a paradigm shift in human attitude towards nature, drawing upon the teachings of the Buddha for the welfare and of all sentient beings. Members of the Sangha, Buddhist leaders, scholars, followers, and institutions can play a significant and effective role in addressing the multifaceted crisis. Continuation of annual Global Buddhist Summit is one such important step in this direction. Number 7, Nalanda, one of the greatest seats of Dhamma education for nearly 700 years between the 5th and the 12th centuries AD, precedes the modern system of university education. It was famous for value education and character building. These values need to be inculcated among youths to rejuvenate the society towards Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very rightly brought out. The Global Buddhist Summit has been an enriching experience with 4 Sangha and 4 academic sessions. May I now have the honor of requesting His Eminence Link Rinpoche to say a few words and bless us.
강기 투지 예존네 따와 탐지 땅 빵베지 담베 춘네 던제 고담데라 차체로 강제자외 고외 신감소 펜당데와 말륜 종외 제레세와 땡진 자주의 샤베 시대 파도 땡큐지 Most venerable members of the Sangha, Excellencies, Honorable Minister Arjun Ram Megwal, and members of the diplomatic community, dignitaries from different countries, educate Buddhist scholars, Dharma practitioners, and media persons, ladies and gentlemen. Dharma greetings. I feel honored to have participated in this 2 days Global Buddhist Summit 2023 on the theme Responses to the Contemporary Challenges, Philosophy to Pretexts. I enjoyed the 2 days deliberation at this summit. All the presentations were enlightening and relieved the various aspects of the Buddha Dharma in very simple and lucid manner. At this moment, I remember yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister inaugural address in which he rightly emphasized significance of the Buddha Dharma today. He urged for the collective search for the inner essence of life in the context of our present efforts. One should begin by seeking the inner essence of our common faith to promote the universal teachings of Buddha. Urgent steps needs to be taken in all three aspects of pariyatra, means theory, patipapati means practice, and patipaveda, realization. It is urgent, therefore, to pool all the available resources, but far more important is the members of the Buddhist Sanghas collective will to act. As well as this morning, as His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet, emphasized this morning, in order to effectively accomplish this, we must work on, we must each work on the our understanding of the dependent origination and thereby increase our bodhicitta. It is our responsibility to make people aware of the universal and practical teachings of the Buddha, known to everyone, especially the youths of today. Education should be imparted to our youths following the universal principles of Dharma that was taught and preceded in our ancient Mahaviras like Nalanda. Much effort has to be devoted in nurturing maintaining the current achievements of the universal Dharma. Hence, the need for a vigorous program of action for the future. Prospects of the future are indeed very bright because the Buddha's teachings, universal values, devote of the Dharma. With the forces on the universal peace and compassion and happiness and harmony, redoubles its effectiveness and also expands subsequently its influence not only in the countries where Dharma is practiced, but in entire world. Buddhism today is not only part and parcel of the rich Indian culture, but also becoming a part of the world culture because of its universal and secular teachings. Much needed in today's chaotic world to sustain the society, Buddhism is basically a philosophy of life, how we can live a life of peace, happiness, harmony within and share some with the world around us. It is my utmost belief that the deliberaties at the summit very well exploit fundamental values of Buddha Dharma that can rightly provide inspirations and guidance in the contemporary settings. From this angle, we can say that the Global Buddhist Summit 2023 has been a very successful event. I feel such historic events should be undertaken every year in order to make us mindful and act towards world peace. Last but not the least, I would like to offer my thanks and hearty congratulations to all the members of the International Buddhist Confederation who participated from various countries, taking up the initiatives to organize the Global Buddhist Summit in India, which is the land of origin of Buddha Dharma. May all beings be happy. Tashitele, thank you. I will recite a short dedication prayer to dedicate all the merits that we have accumulated for the last 2 days for the well-being of all the sentient beings and for world peace. Jambe bawe jedar kemba tang gundu sambo tenyang dejen deda gwenjen jeso ndalo jin gewa deda tamje rabdu duzum shebe gewa tamje di ngowa kanla chodo haba dashin gewe zawa digwen sambo jojo rabdu ngowa shu janju semjo rembo je maje panam geju gewa nyamba meba Gone Gondo Pewa Shu, Donang Gombo, Chere Sewa, Seje Jawe, Janga, Hanshi, Yonzo Jaje, Melom Hanze, Desan Dende, Nyudu, Chow, Nandong Chuni Sangbu, Dende, Chosum Toji, Tudan, Dende, Lende Lumin, Dendun, Naja, Dembe Melom Game Nyudu Shu. Thank you, Tujiche, Namaste.
Thank you, His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, for your blessings, for your illuminating thoughts. मातृदेवो पितृदेवो गुरुदेवो भव के साथ साथ अतिथि देवो भव की हमारी शाश्वत परंपराओं ने पूरी दुनिया के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया है और आज समस्त विश्व हमारी सनातन संस्कृति को पुनः श्रद्धा एवं शिद्दत से नमन कर रहा है, उसका अनुकरण कर रहा है. We have one of our distinguished guests from South Korea, Venerable Tomyang Sanim, a prolific writer from Gaya Culture Promotion Institute, South Korea, who has written a book titled Gaya Dynasty, Gateway to Buddhism. May I request Venerable Tomyang Sanim to please come on the dais for release of the book. May I request the Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, to release the book, please. The book describes history of a queen from Ayodhya named Ha Hwang Ok, who traveled to South Korea nearly 2,000 years back with the brother The queen married to a king named Kim Soo-ro and propagated Buddha Dharma in South Korea. And this dynasty, ladies and gentlemen, was called as Gaya dynasty. Thank you, Venerable Tomyang Sanim.
I'm glad to, dear Dharma brothers and sisters. My name is Domyang. I come from Kimhae, South Korea. In the past, Kimhae was called Gaya in ancient Korea kingdom. I hope you to told Gaya Buddhism. There is a guidebook about Gaya Buddhism in the yellow bag distributed to you. Please refer that guidebook. The first official transmission of Buddhism in Korea is known to have started in 372 AD when Sundo, a Buddhist monk from Zhenjin, China, brought Buddha statues and sutras in the second years of King Sosurim of Goguryeo. Goguryeo was Korean ancient kingdom. However, after rediscovery of Gaya Buddhism, it was rewritten history of Buddhism in Korea. Queen He and her company carried a stupa made in Pasa stone by ship 48 AD. The Pasa stone stupa is standing next to the tomb of Queen He Hwang Ok since then. The restoration of Gaya Buddhism is the process of regaining the lost about 300 years history of Korea Buddhism. In addition, it serves as an opportunity to newly establish the ancient relationship between Korea and India through the sea. Korea lost 300 years in history, but India lost about 2,000 years. I said you to recover lost 2,000 years. That are two keys. First, Hwang is your family and our ancient. Let us reveal her footprints. Second, Pasa stone. The Pasa stone brought to He Hwang Ok was from of India. Where is the India? Let me find the way.